Hey, welcome in, folks. This is the 429th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody joining us today, I really appreciate y'all for being here live. For those that are not watching live, but rather watching the VOD after the fact, I appreciate y'all for being here as well. We have a great community of a couple thousand people who will never watch these streams live, but just watch them once they're recorded and done with. And, you know, I have a lot of appreciation for you guys, even though we never really meet face-to-face like I do with many of the live stream viewers. It is certainly good to see you all, guys. If you've never been here before, well, welcome in. You're in for a treat. Lock in, because the next 4 hours of your life are about to be crazy. Here, we debate Trump supporters, and we try to change their minds in the process. And, folks, the Trump supporters that we've been meeting with recently have been absolutely insane. Oh, my goodness, guys. But we still persist nonetheless. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, go ahead and hop inside of the queue over on TikTok. I'd love to have you up for a dialogue. On top of that, folks, we also like to go through the breaking news on a daily basis. Trump has suffered yet another major loss. It seems like the bad guy's been losing more and more recently, which is always a good thing. So if you've paid attention to the news, if you were here yesterday for the breaking news, we went over how a judge issued a temporary injunction on the Trump administration's ability to do anything with the $1.8 billion slush fund designed for J6 rioters who try to kill cops because they, quote unquote, suffered political persecution from Biden's DOJ. Well, today, the Trump administration announced that, at least for now, they are done with the slush fund and it's dead in the water. It could come back, but the reason why it's dead is because there is not enough congressional support, specifically from the Republicans. So we see a little bit of a Republican revolt over this $1.8 billion slush fund. So they're worried that if they keep on keeping on, they won't get the congressional support required to actually do anything with it. And that'll make them look really bad in the media, especially after this temporary injunction. So now they're kind of dropping it for now. So huge win. Also, for all the LGBTQ plus folks tuning into the live stream, happy Pride. That's exciting. Welcome in. Hell yeah. That's great. Love that. And we already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. Quickly, before we hop into the debate with them, I wanted to go over the run-in with the police that I had earlier today. There were some petitioners standing in front of a local grocery store here in my hometown, and they have a unique ability to do so. They don't need approval from the owners of the private property because it's a grocery store. It's a private property turned into a public business. They could petition out in front of the grocery store and get people's signatures for their causes. So, you know, we could hopefully get things on the ballot. But a lot of these petitioners are really slimy. They're really slimy. For every signature that they get, they make a couple bucks. It's all for profit. Tank, thank you so much for the Future City on TikTok. I appreciate you, Tank. And because it's all for profit, they're usually willing to be a little bit scammy and misrepresent their causes just to get more signatures. And they're also really pushy and sometimes really rude. So as I was walking into the grocery store, I looked at this petitioner and I started asking him about, well, what is he collecting signatures for? And then one of the things was about furthering restrictions on mail-in voting in America, and specifically Colorado. And he was misrepresenting it. He was saying, well, it's to protect mail-in voting. But meanwhile, it's actually an addendum to get people's last four digits of their social security number on the outside of their mail-in vote, which will just compromise individuals' personal information, make identity fraud easier, and further restrict mail-in voters, right? And that's just downstream of the attack that we see on mail-in voting nationally, federally, from the Trump administration. And I got to talking to him about this, and the next thing I know, this guy's saying that immigrants are vile and disgusting. And that pissed me off. That really pissed me off. So I walked inside of the grocery store. I found the manager and I was like, hey, well, I understand that they have the ability to be there, but once they start acting rude and disorderly, I mean, I think that you could trespass them. And then the manager's like, no, I've already tried that before. We had petitioners harassing people and the cops told us that there's nothing that could be done. So then I said, okay, well, I'll do something about this myself. So I stood there, by the petitioners table, and it looks like we have a little bit of lag. It looks like we're lagging. No lag? No, okay. Well, I was actually experiencing lag on my phone, so that must have just been a hiccup with TikTok there for a moment. Yeah, guys, it won't even load on my... Okay, there it goes. It loads. But anyways, to now continue the story. So I kind of took these petitioners into my own hands, and I stood out there by their table for 25 minutes And I, for everybody who would try to come up and give them their signature, I was like, hey, just keep in mind they get paid when you give them your signature. And they were misrepresenting the ballots to me. But then inevitably, somehow the cops got called. They show up, and the cops end up telling me that according to like the property managers of the grocery store, they like notified me that they wanted me to leave and that I was trespassing. And then, because of that gave the cops the legal ability to like arrest me, right? Because it's a crime to trespass after you know that you're not supposed to be there. And they didn't. They just said, hey, just like leave. You could even come back later. You're good to leave. Please leave now. We're not going to like arrest you. No charges or anything. So I did just leave. I thought that the cops were very kind, given the fact that they were under the pre-assumption that the property manager had told me to leave the property. That was kind of them to just let me go. And in part kind of the grocery store to allow me to come back in the future. So this isn't like a controversy or anything. But I thought that was an interesting story to share with you guys about the caution and wariness that you guys should hold when you see public petitioners collecting signatures. They get paid for every signature they get. And because of that, they are very, very likely to lie and to misrepresent the ballots that they're collecting signatures for. Once again, like no drama. The cops were kind to me, and the grocery store could have been worse to me. So there wasn't like grave injustices done. But, just be careful when you see those paid petitioners, everyone. We're going to go ahead and hop into the debates. Like I said, we already have our first debater of the day, Tommy, connected to the live stream. For everybody who's joining, folks, I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen. Drop a like on that stream. Share it with a couple friends. Hit that repost button with the share. And Tommy, the mic and the floor are yours. Thank you for your patience, man. Tell us how the hell you support this terrible, terrible administration.
The main reason why I voted for Trump was the border crisis in 2020 and Joe Biden's term. He let millions of illegals in, and I couldn't trust Kamala to do a good job. She didn't do a good job of it when she was vice president. That was really my main reason. That's why I voted for Trump.
All right. Well, I hear that you're like playing a video game in the background. I would really appreciate it if you could maybe just take your mic away from that, or just to stop it for a moment, because it's really distracting. So, no, I don't think that it's a proper argument to say that you support Trump because Biden let in millions of immigrants. But I guess let's just investigate the claim here. How did Biden let in millions of immigrants?
By not closing the border.
By not closing the border. So do you think that the border was open under Trump and his first admin?
I think it was closed during that time, but the Biden administration didn't do anything to stop all the people from coming in.
If they didn't do anything, then it would have still been closed, since Trump closed it for them before he left.
If it was closed, right, they were still coming in, so it wasn't closed.
So then your argument is that they opened it.
Well, they did something. They didn't come in by themselves.
So what did they do? How did they open the border?
It's not that they opened the border. It's that just they didn't do anything to stop all these people from coming in. You know?
Yeah, well, that's not true. They did this bipartisan border bill in Congress that would have significantly reduced undocumented entry by giving the president special authority to shut the border down completely, and by generally just further incentivizing legal entry by expediting the process, by spending billions of dollars on hiring tons of judges for immigration. But then the Republicans shot it down after Trump told them to. So you actually have Trump to thank for the immigration crisis we saw under Biden. Not only did he in part manufacture this crisis by telling Republicans to vote against policy that would have solved it, but he's also responsible for the mass immigration in the first place by going on, News Nation, Fox News, Newsmax, so on and so forth, and saying, guys, the border's wide on open. Anybody could come right on through. Well, that's what the millions of immigrants heard. So then they started coming to the southern border because according to Trump, it was wide on open.
Okay, well, you changed my mind then.
Do you think of the galaxy on this issue specifically, or on your support for Trump in general?
Well, that was the only reason why I supported Trump, so.
Wow, well, I mean, it's good to hear that we could start off the stream on a good note. That's great. That's great. That's super great, folks. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. That's how it's done. Hell yeah. We're going to get that next guest connected. Yo, Key, appreciate you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Key. Let's give 500 W's for Key down below. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Guys, if we have a lot of trolls that come up today, we're going to go ahead and implement that crackdown and start banning people who join that out MAGA.
Oh, crap. I'm on his live.
You seem busy, Liam. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you. If we have a bunch of trolls come up today, we are gonna go ahead and start cracking down hard and banning people who are not MAGA. Thought I'd put it out there just so y'all know in advance. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
Are you driving right now, man?
No, I'm not.
Can you disconnect me from Bluetooth? It's, oh, jeez, that Bluetooth mic is terrible, man.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Yo, Matthew, appreciate you for the 10 over on Venmo. Hunter Matthew W's in that chat. Brother, so you are in a moving vehicle, but you're not driving. Could you have your driver say hey real quick?
Yo, say hey. Hey.
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Drive safe, brother. Drive safe, okay? It's about TikTok TOS, but it's also just about your personal safety. Don't be distracted when you're on the road. Jules, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. I appreciate you so much. I aspire to get my mom to debate you so you could fix her brainwashed mind. Keep up the great work. Next time you're with her, Jules, please hop inside of the queue. I'd love to talk to her. All the love in the world to you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jack? Go once, going twice. He left on his own. That's fine. We're gonna ban him. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Let's follow the rules of the live stream. If you guys do follow the rules of the live stream and only join inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult, okay, we're gonna start banning people.
I'm so sorry.
No worries, it's fine. We're not banning people quite yet. We're almost there, but not there yet. Welcome into Sport Trump, JR. JR, going once, going twice.
Yo,
hey, welcome in.
I hope that motherfucking Donald Trump blows the fuck up.
Okay, wow, righty. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. We are going to go to get them connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We got Matt joining up. Follow the rules, guys. We're looking for Trump supporters. I don't know, like...
I got a question. Do you like anal?
Whoa, that's wild. Why I don't know this. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen. Yeah, make sure that you're following them. Welcome in.
Are you a cuck?
Wow, what a start to the conversation. So you're a Trump supporter, right?
No.
Okay, all right. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. We are getting ready to start banning all the trolls, folks. I'm trying to be lenient today. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Of course, man. Trump 2020, keep America great. Let's re-elect him for another 4 years. He's done great things for our country. So yeah, can't wait for him to defeat Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Let's fucking go. We got this.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 185, I think. I don't know.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to give it around another 90 seconds before we start banning trolls. If we can't get a Trump supporter up into the box in the next 90 seconds, we're going to start banning people in that queue who are not MAGA. So if you're not MAGA, I would implore you to leave preemptively because here in around 70 seconds, like the mods are just going to start banning y'all. It's going to be a disaster. Welcome into Sport Trump.
No.
All right. 60 seconds left, folks. 1 minute. 1 minute before we really start the crackdown, guys. 1 minute before the crackdown starts. Welcome into Sport Trump, Alex.
Yeah.
How old are you, Alex?
20.
What year are you born in, Alex?
Me?
Yeah, can you stop banging on your fucking wall,
2006.
Alex? Okay. And why do you support
no, I'm
Trump,
just
Alex?
Cause he took down the president of Venezuela. Cause that's my country.
Maduro. Okay. Well, see, the thing is that Venezuela still is a dictator. It's just not Maduro. But the Maduro regime is still active. Because their acting president would be Maduro's VP.
Who's the dictator right now?
Maduro's VP under the control of Trump.
Oh, Dulce?
Yeah.
Do you think it would have been better if they just stayed? If Maduro stayed? Like, and keep the country independent? With whoever was running it?
What?
Before? Like, do you think it would have been better if they would have kept just Venezuela, like, Trump would have never intervened?
I want you to listen to what I'm saying here. The material conditions for the Venezuelan people have not been made better because the Venezuelan people still live under a dictatorship. There's a reason why the Trump administration stopped talking about Venezuela. It's because the people weren't liberated. It's because the conditions were not made better off. And it's realistically the fact that nothing changed except for the name of the dictator. I mean, like the current dictator is still a part of the same regime.
So what do you think would have been better?
I don't want a question. I want a response to what I said, please.
Oh, okay, wait, tell me.
You want me to repeat it for the third time?
Yeah, my bad, bro.
The material conditions are not better for the Venezuelan people. They still have the Maduro regime, and they still have a dictator. It's just a dictator with a different name.
But would
Okay?
that be better?
I'm not
But-
done speaking.
Okay.
The conditions for the Venezuelan people are not better today. There's a reason why the Trump admin stopped talking about Venezuela. It's because things aren't better.
Okay. Can we talk about Venezuela though? Because I'm Venezuelan, so like, I'd rather talk about Venezuela.
Can you respond to what I said?
Dude, you made another statement. Like I don't know what you want me to say to it.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, follow the rules of the live stream. The rules are in the middle of the phone screen. It
man.
says be 18 plus, be American to be MAGA. Bleep Borp, do you support Trump?
Hi.
Hi, do you support
Hi.
Trump?
I apologize. I came to the queue by accident, but I do have to say you.
No worries. Moving on to the next guest. We got, let's see here. Sarah Hilton connecting to the live stream. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. Follow the rules, please, and thank you. Sarah, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. But I know that's not. I know you're going to kick me off because you don't want to hear about people that don't.
Not right now, Sarah. Right now, we are looking for Trump supporters. Folks, we're going to go ahead and authorize the mods to ban people in the queue who are not MAGA. I tried to be lenient with y'all, but here we are 20 minutes into the stream. So I have a team of moderators. They're going to go ahead and start going through the account of everybody who joins the queue. If they determine that you are not a Trump supporter, you are not American, or you are under the age of 18 years old, then you will be getting a ban. If the moderators don't catch you, and I do, because you're able to somehow join the live stream, then I will be banning you. The reason why we're doing this is because we want debates. The purpose of this live stream is to debate people who are American adults that support Trump. Usually the rules are very simple, very easy. Sarah, thank you for the blooming ribbons. I think that a vast majority of people follow my rules, and I appreciate y'all for that. See, it's just that minority of people who don't. And that's really problematic when, we have 12,000 people in here. Even if like 1% of the people are not following the rules, that's still 120 trolls in the queue, So we just have to be really mindful about that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
How old are
Can
you?
you hear me? I'm 31 right now.
Okay. And why do you support the worst president of your life? Holy moly.
Oh, that's cool. So just to give you like a little bit of background about me, I'm not originally from America, but I moved here like almost 10 years ago before Trump was the president. But I ended up getting my green card through the process, and I'll be able to see Trump surpass like 10 years, how he handled his political affiliation when it comes to the United States. And I think he did an awesome job compared to Joe Biden, compared to Harris too. Yeah.
Okay. Is the economy better today, or was it better a year and a half ago when Biden was president?
So you put in circumstance. So for example, Trump is getting out there to be able to actually liberate Iran so that they be able to get a freedom that is affecting the economy. That means every American is paying $1. So every Iranian girl be able to go to school, they be able to have a freedom to be able to vote, to be able to travel. That's not, you can't hold that against him. That's actually helping the world.
That's just propaganda, sir. So
how's that propaganda? Wait, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
I'm in the middle of trying to describe to you why that's propaganda. You're just cutting me off.
Oh, sorry. I'm listening.
So it's not for every dollar that we spend on that war that a girl is liberated. We've actually personally killed 160 of them with a tomahawk strike. But listen, liberation for the Iranian people is not the goal of the Trump administration. The goal of the Trump administration is to prevent Iran from ever building nukes again. Okay? A goal that Obama had and was able to succeed on without a war.
No, not really.
Because he was able to achieve an agreement, the JCPOA, which then Trump tore up. So it's not for every dollar spent. It's not for every dollar spent we save a little girl from the IRGC, because the IRGC is not going anywhere. It's that for every dollar spent, okay, well, we waste another day in a useless war when in all reality, conditions with
how's that useless when kids are getting killed, when protesters are getting killed? How's that a propaganda when there's 40,000 people when they went out for a strike and they got murdered? How's that a propaganda? That's your propaganda, because
good question,
Trump is actually,
because Donald Trump's goal is not to get rid of the IRGC.
Even if he doesn't get them rid of, they need to have understanding of to live in this world with peace.
Well, that's also not his goal. So his goal is not to reduce their domestic tyranny.
Also,
His goal is to prevent them from being able to nuclearize. But the IRGC without nukes is still an IRGC that's killing protesters, oppressing women and girls, and making the conditions for their citizens in their country worse off.
So do you think Trump should continue to let them do what they want? Or do you think somebody have to step up and be able to be a superhero for the world so that they be able to learn there's the consequences for your action? And then that's what Trump is doing.
Well, the superhero was Obama. The villain is Trump. Obama got Iran to stop building nuclear weapons. Then Trump tore that agreement up 10 years ago. He's directly responsible for the continuation of Iran's uranium enrichment today, leading to this war.
You are a very smart guy. You a very intellectual guy. When it comes to a nuclear bomb, there's two things. One, you can go route of like to build energy so that you can support your people. And then there is another one where you're getting into 90% of enriching of uranium. That means you're going to actually nuke. That means you don't care about other people's life. You don't care about your neighbors. I'm not even bringing Israel. Middle East, Qatar, other Arab countries are suffering because of that. They even coming out there and going against Iran. So why are you saying that Trump is only doing this for propaganda? Because you didn't select him? Because he's not the president that you selected and he's taking those actions? Now you going against him? I don't like that. You should actually genuinely care.
This guy's just not listening to me. I'm just going to repeat myself, honestly.
Okay.
Obama got Iran to stop building nuclear weapons. Donald Trump tore the agreement that prevented them from building nukes up, meaning Donald Trump is directly responsible for the further enrichment of uranium in Iran today, leading to the war.
Okay, that's true. Okay, let me ask you this question. Why did he tore up the agreement? Because they continue to enrich.
Obama's name on it.
Yeah, because Obama was continued to allow them to enrich uranium when they know that they weren't using it to be able to build nuclear plant. They were actually using it to be able to bomb other countries so that they can be powerful. Okay, let me ask you this question. Does Iran say this to Israel and this to America?
I'd like to clarify here that the last claim you made, that Iran broke the agreement set forth by Obama and continued to enrich uranium to weapons grade,
Obama broke
it. A lie.
Donald Trump broke it, sorry. Donald Trump broke that agreement because they weren't actually following through based on what they say.
Yeah,
when
and
they
that's
went
a lie.
to do, no, let me ask you this question.
No, I don't want a question. I want evidence. What is your evidence?
Yes, I want to bring out the study.
Broke the JCPOA and continued to enrich their uranium beyond the 3.67% allowed by the JCPOA to weapons grade. What is your evidence for that?
Yeah, so because they weren't allowing them to come and do investigation in their plant because they were doing those things underground. They weren't doing those things publicly. There's other countries who have nuclear weapon. They be able to enrich nuclear.
That's also a lie. That claim is also a lie. You're saying that we know Iran was breaking the agreement and continued to enrich uranium to weapons grade because they didn't allow the inspectors to visit their nuclear facilities. They did allow the inspectors
I'm pulling up the study. I'm reading it from the study.
They did allow the inspectors to visit their nuclear facilities. What you were referring to are around 2 incidents in 4 years where the inspectors broke the conditions of the JCPOA and tried to enter into their facilities without a 2 weeks heads up as required by the JCPOA. So they told the inspectors, no, you have to give us a 2 weeks advance because that's what the agreement entails. And then they came back 2 weeks later. And the JCPOA was arbitrated by the body by the name of the IAEA. The IAEA is an international nuclear watchdog group, and they were the ones responsible for conducting the in-person investigations of Iran's nuclear plants 300 times per year. They also had access to 24/7 surveillance feed that was tamper-proof from every single one of their enrichment facilities, and they had access to satellite imagery of all of their facilities so they could track everything going in and everything coming out. And the IAEA, as very consistently reported, that up until Donald Trump stepped out of the agreement and tore it up, that they never enriched their uranium beyond the 3.67% scope allowed by the agreement.
That's not true. If you actually go to their website, they will let you know one of the reasons Trump ended up attacking last year is because of the information that they gave them, because the IAEA say that we don't know. They are very close between 80 to 90% to be able to have a nuclear weapon that they're ready to be able to launch. That's the information that was given to Trump. And on top of that, to the military.
You're confused.
What do you
Donald
mean?
Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA in 2018.
Yes,
So
yeah, long time
once
ago.
Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and then half of 2025, all right, they then begun to re-enrich their uranium to weapons grade. And by the time Donald Trump conducted the strikes last summer, they were at around 60% enrichment. The reason why I bring this up is to demonstrate that your claim that they broke the JCPOA because the IAEA reported damn near weapons grade uranium enrichment, 60%. Well, this does not contradict the fact that they never broke the JCPOA before Trump pulled us out. It was only after Donald Trump pulled us out that they then begun to enrich their uranium to weapons grade, which demonstrates my argument to be true, that Donald Trump is directly responsible for the nuclearization of Iran because he's the one who knocked over that first domino that led to where we're at today by pulling us out of the JCPOA in 2018.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So when the IAEA, when they did research and they did, when they gave them that opportunity to do that investigation, one of the things that they found out is they have a pile stock of uranium. And then one of the things that they said is like, why do they have all this uranium? Because you don't need that much. Because based on what uranium, like enrichment that they have.
You're talking about the IAEA's investigation after Trump pulled us out of the agreement.
Okay, yeah, because they continue to do that while they were still in argument with
There's no
with Obama.
evidence of that.
Because Obama was the president at that
Sir,
time. He wasn't investigated. Biden was the president.
I would love for you to give me a source from the IAEA that conducted a study and concluded that they broke the agreement and enriched uranium beyond 3.67% before Trump pulled us out in May of 2018. That's the source that I want. I want a study that was conducted, demonstrated, and closed that proved they enriched their uranium beyond 3.7% before May of 2018.
You can just ask ChatGPT. Just say that like they have almost 400.
AI is not a reliable tool for conducting research. I will ask again. I want you to give me a study conducted by the IAEA that concluded and closed before May of 2018 that demonstrated they had enriched uranium beyond the 3.67% scope allowed by the agreement.
The study says that the last time the IAEA assessed that the Iran, when they did the investigation, 2003 was the only time that they confirmed that Iran doesn't have any active nuclear weapon program or test at that time. And then,
so are you going
that was the last time.
Are you going to provide me a study that proved they broke the JCPOA or not?
Yes, the way they broke it is when it says they had 440 kilograms of 60% of enhanced uranium is about 184 kilograms.
Okay, so what do I look up to find that study where it shows that they had all of that in uranium between 2015 and May of 2018? What do I need to look up to find that?
No, this is current. This is 2026, 2025. The 440 uranium. I know what you said in the past when they broke it, but they are continuing to enrich.
Dude, this is like actually insane. I feel like a middle school teacher. Listen, man, I've already explained this to you a couple times. I know that the IAEA is reporting that they have a uranium stockpile at around 60% buried in Iran today. Because Trump pulled us out of an agreement that prevented them from doing that 8 years ago. And the claim is they only started to enrich uranium to weapons grade after Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA 8 years ago. But you're saying the reason why Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA was because this was something that they started to do before May of 2018. But then I'm asking you for a source for that. And then you're citing intel that says they're enriching uranium 8 years later in 2026. Or more so 2025, 7 years later. So do you understand the disconnect between me asking you for evidence that shows they broke the agreement prior to Trump's pullout in May of 2018.
Yes.
And your
that's where you're
evidence
coming from.
that they have enriched uranium in 2025. So where's the evidence that they broke that agreement and started enriching uranium beyond the scope allowed by the agreement prior to Trump's pullout in May of 2018, not in 2025?
Okay, you're right. So that one, I don't have it because the main reason I don't have it is because at that time the president was Joe Biden. He didn't have that much interest to do that much research. Maybe that's why they didn't put it on the website. But what?
God.
But what they
Joe
are stating,
Biden was president in 2018. Joe
No,
Biden was president in 2017.
2020.
Joe Biden was. I'm not asking you for evidence that they broke the agreement in 20. Brother.
Okay, can I ask you one question?
My friend. I'm going crazy. I'm actually going crazy, dude. Brother, remember, I'm asking you for evidence, and they broke the agreement from when Obama made it in 2015 to when Trump pulled us out in May of 2018. So 2020 is after May of 2018. Therefore, it's irrelevant to the question that I've been asking you for the last 15 minutes. 2025 is after May of 2018. So it's irrelevant to the question that I'm asking you for evidence that they broke the agreement. You made the claim that the reason why Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA was because Iran had broken the agreement. And I'm like, no, they didn't. They didn't break the agreement. Then you're like, yes, they did. Then I'm like, what's your evidence? Then you're like, oh, well, they had uranium in 2025.
True.
And now you're like, well, maybe they had uranium in 2020. So specifically, oh my God,
now
is the evidence that they were enriching uranium to weapons grade between 2015 and May of 2018?
So the study says that the higher announcement that they did in 2015 JCPOA strictly the uranium enhancement was 3.67, and Iran broke the limit in 2019. That's the only information that they have. You are right. If they broke it between 2015 and 2018,
they broke it the year after Donald Trump pulled us out. So this means that my first claim was true. Obama was the metaphorical superhero that did something about it and prevented Iran from building nukes without a war by diplomatically negotiating an agreement with them. Then Trump is the villain that pulled us out of that great agreement that prevented them from nuclearizing their country, all because that agreement had Obama's name on it. And that action of Donald Trump pulling us out of the JCPOA is precisely what led to Iran enriching their uranium, kicking off this war. Donald Trump, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, if he wasn't elected in 2016, all right, we would not be where we are at today. This is all Donald Trump's fault.
Okay, I like how you brought that up. Okay, so because Donald Trump got to be a president and he broke us out of the deal, but let me ask you another question. Iran, they're not obliging with civil rights. They continue to fund ISIS terrorists consistently. They consistently say days to America, days to Israel. So those are the things that you can't stand for. So that means I like America. One of the reasons I like America, they don't negotiate with terrorists. When you are terrorists, you're gonna deal like terrorists.
We're actively negotiating with terrorists today.
Yes, while we're bombing them, while we're telling them we're gonna let you know who's in charge.
Which is worse than negotiating with terrorists without bombing them and killing their innocent civilians and spiking the oil prices to sky high and disrupting the global supply chain of fertilizer, meaning that crops aren't growing, meaning that people aren't eating, meaning that people are starving and dying, and meaning that innocent Iranians living in their capital are getting killed, girls are getting massacred by tomahawks, all to try to achieve the same end that Obama did without the same thing. Okay, with no war. So you're just saying that killing innocent people is preferable to not killing innocent people. Because when Obama is able to get Iran to vow to not make nukes without killing innocent people, well, you're saying that's a bad thing because we shouldn't negotiate with terrorists. Therefore, you prefer Donald Trump attempting, not even achieving, but attempting to get Iran to not build nukes while also bombing them, killing innocent people. Well, it seems like if Donald Trump is successful here in getting Iran to denuclearize, well, then that variable of getting an agreement with Iran to prevent them from building nukes is the same under Trump as it was under Obama. The only difference is under Obama, we didn't kill innocent people to achieve that goal, and under Trump, we are. So are you saying that it's preferable, all else considered, to kill innocent people compared to not killing innocent people?
Sorry, my mic was off. When Pearl Harbor happened, when Japan attacked all those countries, killed million people, America have to stand up and defend the world. And they have to stop. And at that time, there's a lot of innocent people that died. Same thing's happening right now in Iran. Iran is suffering. There's 80 million people. Iran is one of the
If
most
there was a
advanced
way
in the...
to get Japan, for instance, to surrender without dropping the nukes, would that have been preferable?
Yeah, but there was no way.
Japan, okay. But I'm just trying to get an ideological principle out of you.
Yes.
If there was
right.
a way to get Japan to surrender without using nukes, would that have been preferable?
Yeah, but that's
so
just
if we're able
circumstantial.
to achieve the same thing without killing innocent people, that's always the more preferable option, right?
Yeah. So the way it didn't work that way.
I don't want a lot of yap. I just want a direct yes or no. If we're able to achieve the same goal without killing innocent people, that's preferable, right?
Yeah, but the other team.
I don't want to. But another thing, I just want a yes or a no. If we're able to achieve the same goal without killing innocent people, is that preferable?
Yes, I agree with you. Yes.
Okay. So what Donald Trump is doing today is not preferable, and he's a terrible president. No, what Donald Trump is doing today is not preferable, and he's a really terrible president because he's directly to blame for setting up the conditions to denuclearize Iran through killing innocent people, compared to leaving it how it was because of Obama, which was denuclearizing Iran without killing innocent people. Right?
Sorry, my mic was off. Yes.
Okay. So you're not a Trump supporter. You think that this is like that pulling us out of the JCPOA, leading to this war today, is like genuinely one of the largest foreign policy blunders, okay, in American history. Because if it wasn't for that pullout, all right, well, then they would be denuclearized. They never would have enriched uranium to that 60%. They never would have been trying to build weapons, and we wouldn't have to kill a bunch of innocent people to stop them, right? Donald Trump's pull. Oh my God. It's not. It is true, because if Donald Trump never pulled us out of the JCPOA, then they'd still be honoring it today like they were before his pullout. They wouldn't be building nuclear weapons, and we wouldn't be having this war today.
So they will have a freedom of speech. They wouldn't say this to Israel. They wouldn't say this to America. They wouldn't continue to sponsor ISIS and other militia groups to consistently attack, and also getting involved in Africa too.
They'd probably be doing those things to an extent, but that's not different today under Trump, because Donald Trump's objective. No. Because Donald Trump's objective is not to get rid of the IRGC, is not to stop them from funding their terrorist proxies, is just simply to denuclearize them. In fact, Donald Trump and Obama shared the same objective. The only objective of the JCPOA was to denuclearize the IRGC. Nothing else. Not to liberate their people, not to stop the funding of like terrorist proxy groups, none of that. Donald Trump's only objective is to denuclearize Iran, nothing else. Not to liberate their people, not to get rid of the IRGC, not to prevent them from funding their terrorist proxies, nothing else. So when you say, oh, like I'm actually happy Trump pulled us out of that agreement and is in this war today, because if we were still in that agreement, they'd still be funding their terrorist proxies. Well, after this war, even if Donald Trump is as successful as he could be, he gets Iran to pledge to not build nukes, they're still going to be funding their terrorist proxies because that is not one of Donald Trump's objectives to prevent.
Okay, yeah, you might say that, but that's not true. Mark Rubio says that he is against all the cartels, all the terrorists around the world. They actually went to Nigeria and just bombed, like the
So
way
specifically, give me evidence that one of the set forth explicit objectives from the Trump administration, on top of getting Iran to denuclearize, is also to prevent them from oppressing their people and funding terrorist proxy groups. I want you to show me that. I don't want an example of Nigeria. I want evidence that this is one of their objectives in the war in Iran today. This would look like an official statement from the White House. This would look like an official statement from Trump, an official statement from Pete Hegseth, okay, an enumerated like point of their suggested peace plan that was leaked to the media, maybe even just a post from Trump on. I want any evidence, okay, that a part of the negotiations with Iran includes the concession that they will stop funding proxy groups and stop oppressing their people.
Okay, cool. Can I answer now? So the way it happened is like when the war started with Iran, one of the things that the people were doing is they were going out and protesting. And then one of the things that they wanted is they wanted weapons so that they can actually go fight the soldiers. But at that time, Donald Trump actually sent out weapons, but it didn't end up going to the right people. So that shows that he wants to liberate the people. And then on top of that, he went out and saying that because they didn't get weapons, he said, you guys stay home. We will do the job. I know that you guys want to go out there and protest, but this is not safe for you. You're just going to die. He told them straight, you guys just going to die. I don't want you to die. He said that. He said that, and he put action by actually giving out and sending out weapons. And then those weapons didn't get to the right people. Those are facts.
So this is not a part of ongoing peace talks with the IRGC to end the war. This was a failed operation that has not been tried again.
Yeah,
so give me the evidence that a part of the suggested peace plan and negotiations to end the war includes them, okay, stopping the funding of terrorist groups, proxies in the region, and the cessation of oppression of their people. Show me that.
So one of the things that they note...
and by the way, the CIA has been arming groups that want to fight countries and governments they don't like for like ever. Like this is not new. This is not exclusive. All right, the CIA has always been doing this. So once again, show me evidence that one of the conditions of a concession from Iran to end this war would be to stop funding terrorist proxies and to stop oppressing the Iranian people.
Yeah.
Show me that. Give me evidence.
Wait, like you're just breaking up. So you trying to make me make the same statement that I just made? You saying that Donald Trump only objection is to only not for them to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't have no other intention about Iran people. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he has no other objective in the war.
Okay, if that was the only objection, so why does he have to bomb the leader and kill him?
Well, he said to get more reasonable leaders of the IRGC that are more willing to negotiate. That's what he said.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. So that means it's like the
willing to negotiate the denuclearization of their country. So can you please give me evidence that a part of the ongoing negotiations would include them vowing and conceding to stop funding proxy groups and to stop oppressing their people? Can you do that? Can you give me evidence? Exactly. I just want a yes or no.
Yes. And
okay. What is the evidence?
News yesterday? The news yesterday when it wasn't yesterday. It was on Friday when Donald Trump was in a briefing room trying to negotiate when they were trying to make a deal. And then did you see all the point Iran was pointing out, trying to say like we want to do this. He said no, we're not doing all those things. You have to agree with our term and condition. Otherwise, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed, and we're just going to continue to bomb you.
I'm asking you for evidence, oh my fucking God, that one of those terms and conditions is to stop oppressing their people and to stop funding terrorist proxies. You are not giving me fucking evidence.
So that's why they're not agreeing to the deal. If they made
Show me fucking evidence for that. Show me evidence. How do you know that the issue with the ongoing peace talks is that maybe that they're just not like fully agreeing to conceding their nuclear program? I want evidence that a part of the negotiations includes them conceding funding to terrorist proxies and to stop oppressing their people. Holy fucking shit. You are a brick fucking wall. This whole debate, you've absolutely been insufferable to the highest extent. This is insane. It legitimately took me 20 minutes of talking to you to get you to understand how giving me evidence that Iran was enriching uranium in 2025 doesn't prove that they were enriching uranium in 2015. It took me 20 minutes to get that point to you. 20. And then since you were conceded on that point, because after 20 minutes of me going back and forth with a goddamn brick wall, well, you're now making the claim that the reason why you didn't like the JCPOA was because it didn't prevent Iran from funding their terrorist proxies or oppressing their people, okay? And you're saying that a part of Donald Trump's war today is to prevent Iran from funding their terrorist proxies and oppressing their people. And all I'm doing is I'm asking you for evidence for that, and you're not giving me any. Like your most recent evidence that a part of the agreement includes that was just Donald Trump saying that he hasn't been able to successfully negotiate what he wants. Well, how do you know that a part of what he wants is what you're saying? No more funding to terrorists and no more oppression of the Iranian people. You don't. Maybe the IRGC just hasn't fully conceded to all terms and conditions of the denuclearization agreement. And by the way, renditions of the agreement to end the war have leaked to the press, most notably Axios, who reported last week that what they're struggling to meet terms on is the denuclearization agreement. Is the scope, is the length, is where all their uranium's going to go, what they're going to do with their heavy-duty equipment, how much uranium they're allowed to enrich, if any, for non-weapons purposes, like infrastructure, energy, and hospitals, okay? Right? Like, all of these things are just about the denuclearization agreement, have nothing to do with funding proxies, okay, or oppressing their people. So show me, okay, one source anywhere that says an integral part of these negotiations would include a necessary concession to stop funding terrorist proxies and to stop oppressing their people.
Okay, so one of the things that they did on the war is they destroyed all their military capability that they had. So what does it do? It does allow the country not to go to war again with their people. So there's no reason for them to destroy all that. The main reason that they did that is so that they don't have the capability to attack their people. And then the other one is the Strait of Hormuz. One of the things that they wanted to do is they wanted to hold that as a
They've
host
claimed
state.
that they've destroyed their navy. They need a navy to prevent a government overthrow on land?
Yeah.
No, they destroyed their navy trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
No, okay, but there's other fact also. They continue attack all their navies so that they don't have any war capabilities. So they targeted
Destroying a country's navy does not prevent them from having any and all war capabilities, but specifically on water war capabilities. But if there's a civil war that emerges from within against their own citizens, that war's not going to happen on the water. That war's going to happen on the land.
So who's losing 300 to 400 million dollars a day?
Was the U.S. Navy used during the Civil War?
Even if it wasn't used, it was attacked. It was
because the U.S. Civil War wasn't fought on water. The U.S. Civil War was fought on land.
So the main reason I'm bringing that up
I'm
is
done with this. I'm done with that goober. Holy fuck. What a joke. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What a goober. Welcome in. Oh, they're gone. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only up inside of the queue, please and thank you. We get the next guest, connecting to the box. Hey, listen, over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Elena, for the $100 Super Chat. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 1,000 Elena W's. That is such an incredibly kind donation. I really appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Elena with $100 says, my liberal grandfather had been pretty depressed about the state of the world for a while now, but I told him about how that Dean kid gives him hope. He unfortunately passed away unexpectedly the other night. Please take this on his behalf. I know that he'd want you to have it. I'm so sorry to hear about your and your family's loss. I am really sorry to hear that, Elena. Thank you so much for the love and support. And thank you. I really appreciate you. Please, my prayers, my thoughts to you and your family. I understand how hard it is to lose a grandparent. And thank you so much for the $100. Please show some love to Elena in that chat. And also, just to revise something that I just said. So, yeah, the U.S. Navy was used in part during the U.S. Civil War, specifically for strategic naval blockades to the Gulf, to prevent the Confederacy from better arming themselves. But that was more of a strategy to drown the Confederacy compared to like the primary driving factor of force to win the Civil War. And of course, we would not see the Navy used as a primary factor of force to drive the defense of the IRGC, given that the people revolted. So when he says that, well, they've specifically and strategically taken out their Navy to allow for an overthrow, well, that might make an overthrow easier. Okay, but it's not going to eradicate the primary driving force to defend the IRGC from within. Welcome in, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
32.
Okay. Seriously, Elena, I really do appreciate you for the $100. Please show some love to Elena. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Earl, for the $5, who says, because I support the live, love watching, but I do get a bit angered by your guests, dude. Sometimes they're really bad, like with that last guy. Thank you for the $5, Earl. Ryan, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ryan. I want to see 750 Ryan W's in that chat. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. I appreciate you. Let's get 750 Ryan W's. That is legitimately so fucking kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please show some love to Ryan down below. Ryan with the $75 says, I'm worried about your well-being trying to debate people like this guy, but thank you for trying. Hopefully others see it and learn something. Yeah, I fucking lose my mind when I talk to people like him. They're so insufferable. I appreciate you for the love and support, Ryan. Fussy, thank you for the $7. He says, hey, Dean, good to see you. Good to see you too, brother. Darcy, thank you for the $25. Who says, I cannot stop giggling when you said, when Donald Trump pull out. I appreciate you for the $25, Darcy. Thank you so much. Pix, thank you for the $15. Who says, I'm having a really hard mental health today, but your TikTok lives bring me comfort. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much, Pix. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a bad mental health today, and I hope that the live streams are able to help you out. I know that last guest probably didn't. Jada, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Jada. That is Jada. Let's get 250 Jada W's. And Monique with the $25 as well. Thank you so fucking much. I appreciate you. Please show some love to Monique and Jada down below in that comment section. And Monique, I will take a look at that VOD. Serena with the $10 says, happy Pride to celebrate. I came out to my MAGA parents. How'd that go? I hope it went well, Serena. Thank you for the $10. Happy Pride. William, thank you so much for the $5. And Amanda, thank you for the $5. Then over on PayPal, we just have 3 people to thank. Tyler, Fussy, and Henry. I appreciate all 3 of you guys for the $5 donos. Thank you guys so very much for that love and support. And Omega Star, I appreciate you for the 5-month sub. Thank you so much, Omega Star. We are all caught up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place. That's right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure to double check your spelling because there's a bunch of fake scam and Dean accounts out there. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Oh, well, I like immigration policy. Yeah, he's the president of the United States currently. I support our country. I see that smile.
Isn't that right, Joshua? Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump. Please and thank you. We got the next guest sticks connecting. That's Joshua. We've debated him like a billion times. Every 7 days when he could change his TikTok name, he does, just so I don't recognize him, and then he gets up. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the box. Hey, welcome to You Support Trump.
It's an altar call. We can
Get
sing.
out of here. Jesus. Move it on to the next guest. Ugh. We got Liv connecting to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please, and thank you. I'd really appreciate it, folks. Welcome to You Support Trump.
Hi. No, but my parents do.
Okay, are they with you?
No.
Okay, well, when they are with you, feel free to request. I'd love to have a conversation with them. Today we are just specifically looking to debate Trump supporters, like on on live. Love to talk to him one day though. That'd be fun. Joseph, thank you for the $25 dono on Venmo. Let's get 250 Joseph W's. Joseph with the 25 says, your life cares. Just bring me joy and hope. Keep up the good work. The news is depressing, but your live raises me up. Well, Joseph, I'm happy that you take something positive away from the live. I appreciate that, man. And I really do appreciate you so much. You've been supporting for a while. Just know that I really appreciate you. Gerald, do you support Trump?
I don't, but before you bounce me,
I'm sorry, Gerald. Right-wing woke, are you MAGA?
Yeah, we had a chat a while back ago.
Okay, don't remember you. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
We're not really looking at macro indicators other than we're trying to cut government spending. Fraud
government
is a good,
spending lower
indicator.
today than it was a year and a half ago?
No, but we're on the pathway towards reducing fraud, and that is probably better than it was under Biden, because Biden wasn't checking for it.
I don't think so. So first, they do check for fraud. That's a function of the DOJ since fraud is illegal. Secondarily, the second thing that I'd like to bring up here is that, well, we actually see significantly higher levels of spending today under Trump, right? Like in his first term, he spent 8.6 trillion. Mm-hmm. Under Biden, he spent 4.2. Under Trump, so far, he spent like 5 trillion. So he is, and in fact, Donald Trump personally accounts for 27.7% of our country's debt, the most out of any president in history.
Yeah, but you're also having to factor in COVID and this war. But hey, like I said, we're moving past it.
Well, I mean, when we factor in COVID, Donald Trump still spent a lot. So far in this term, it's still 5 trillion. And under Biden, it was 2.2 trillion in 4 years, half of what Trump has spent in a year and a half. Then Trump at his first term spent $4.8 trillion worth of non-COVID related expenditure per the CRBF. That's a Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget.
Yeah, but part of the problem is that the Republican Party views giving tax rebates to businesses to come back to the United States as a worthy expenditure, while the Democrats seem to think that the fact that we're not collecting that revenue adds to the debt. We have two different philosophical problems when it comes to governing the United States.
So Republicans believe that more Republicans believe.
We'll have to see. Some businesses are trying to develop in the United States, so we're going to see a job boom after this war is over. But ultimately, the Republicans believe that the more money people have in their pocket leads to more spending and more revenue collecting.
Mm-hmm. So, no, the issue is that businesses are not moving to America. In fact, every quarter under Trump since the start of his second term, we've seen less and less investment to break ground on building new manufacturing facilities in this country. Every quarter under Biden, we saw an increase.
Well, that's an easy thing to do when you're just spending money like the CHIPS Act and the Green New Deal kind of situations, I support, which I ultimately support. But ultimately,
we're just looking at
I know
private spending. Not public.
Yeah. Well, private spending is going great in Texas, while California people are moving away from blue states to move to red states.
Okay,
Utah
so it's
is
still
seeing
investment
a growth.
being made in
Florida
America.
Florida is seeing a growth.
Okay, no.
Like I said, Texas is seeing growth.
Let me show you this.
Carolina is seeing growth.
This is evaluating the country as a whole. This is real private fixed investment into manufacturing. Under Biden, every quarter it went up. This was, in fact, the largest boom in investment to break ground on new manufacturing facilities in America in recorded American history. Every quarter so far under Trump, it's went down.
I'm not against that. That's also the CHIPS Act. That also has to do with the CHIPS Act and bringing more businesses to the United States.
So
no one is against the CHIPS Act, but
private. This is private spending, not public. So
that's not. It's none of it is private. None of it is private. None of it is private. It's people.
It's all
people
private.
taking up government
so
contracts.
I would like to clarify.
Okay,
it's all private.
So
that's
I'm sure there's. I'm almost 100% positive there's some independent investments. Like, here's what you have to account for.
Can you read that word? Can you read the highlighted?
Yeah.
No.
Private fixed investment.
Okay,
Here's what
so
you have
just to
account
clarify.
for.
I just want to clarify. It does say private, right?
Here's what you have to account for, though.
Well, I just want to clarify. It seems like
come on.
I know. All that I'm saying here is it seems like the approach of the Biden-Harris administration is going to be better than that of Trump, right? Like you're saying, well, sure, Dean, Trump is spending more, but like it's for a good reason to bring more manufacturers back to America.
You said the point.
Well, clearly,
there's
not more manufacturers coming back to America because there's significantly less investment to break ground on new facilities. So I'll pass you the mic. I'll let you respond. You could take as much time as you want. But the one big thing that I want you to address is that you're definitely wrong by saying that the GOP is moving companies back to America.
Can I respond? Please?
Yeah, that's fine.
Look, the fact is, the state of how we run our governments is still not favoring us. New York is losing businesses. They're losing headquarters to North Carolina. They're losing businesses to Florida. They're losing businesses to Texas. Utah has been thriving ever since Gavin Newsom became president. Vegas is also thriving. The Democratic platform of tax and spend does not work, whether they have the cooperation of the Congress and the Senate like Biden did or not. The way that Democrats run businesses does not work. It chases business away. And we could add Seattle to that too.
Okay. So you are fundamentally reshifting the debate. That was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Dude was just talking, if I'm going to be honest. You said ever since Gavin Newsom became the president of Utah, businesses have been doing better.
No.
So the first thing that I'll say is Gavin Newsom has never been president. The second thing I'll say is states don't have presidents. And the third thing I'll say is Gavin Newsom's never been in politics in Utah.
Bro.
And then the fourth and final thing I'll say here is just to like generally reject your point. Then stop interrupting me.
The muting.
I'm sorry. I don't want to play the interruption game today. So I'm gonna be muting you when I'm speaking. And then the fourth and final thing that I'll say here, once again, just to prove you wrong, is that under the Dems, we saw better jobs reports. We saw better GDP growth. We saw significantly more investment into American manufacturers. And then every quarter since Trump has walked into office, there's been worse jobs reports, higher inflation, more layoffs, more bankruptcies, and every single quarter investment into manufacturing has gone down.
Can I respond?
The main point here, because I don't want to abstract the point farther than we need to, is while you were wrong when you said that it's actually a good thing the Trump admin is spending more by cutting taxes for businesses because it's driving more businesses back to America. The data says there are not more businesses being driven to America. In fact, businesses in America are significantly worse off today than they were a year and a half ago under Biden.
Can I respond? That's not even a question. I just want to respond. I did not say Gavin Newsom became president. I said that since Gavin Newsom got elected, Utah and Vegas have seen a business boom. Tesla, SpaceX. Everybody is moving away from California because the Democratic mentality does not work. That's all I want to say. You want to try and deflect and say I said that Gavin Newsom was president. Even if I did say Gavin Newsom was president, that's a word slip. The point is that the California-Minnesota policy of tax spend and high fraud does not work. It's not ever going to work, whether it's Biden or Trump in the office. We're fighting against the California-Minnesota mentality.
So I think I have become well acquainted with your debate style. Your debate style is that you'll make a claim that's very specific, right? The claim is that it's actually a good thing that Trump is spending more, even though I said the GOP is spending less, because they're just cutting taxes for businesses, and this is good because it will drive more business into America. And then I responded to that point by bringing up the fact that businesses are not coming to America even after Trump's spending $5 trillion. And my evidence is that every financial quarter investment into manufacturing has gone down. And then your response is an extrapolation, an abstraction of generalized claims made on behalf of state policy. So if you want to have a conversation about your allegations against the state policy of California, feel free to, I don't know, go on some other live or beg me to change the topic once we're done with the debate about your claim about Trump and federal politics. But for the time being, I would really appreciate it if you could please respond to my rebuttal to your position that Trump is spending a bunch of money, but it's actually a good thing because it's driving more businesses back to America. In my rebuttal, manufacturers are not being driven to America. Every quarter, there's less and less investment into building manufacturing plants on American soil.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest topics is like these data centers. I think that Texas, Nevada, Chicago all have the right idea. They're building data centers as we move into the AI age. And in the meantime, they have to deal with blue states and they're not in my backyard mentality. So I think certain states are growing and certain states like New York, California, and Minnesota are dying. Deep blue states are a death sentence to businesses. But hey, let you know,
you're still not.
The future will be the judge.
You're still not responding to the claim. So the claim
I'm just trying to reduce it to the state level.
We're just going to start from the top. You came up here. You said that you support Trump because the GOP wants to spend less. I gave you the data, which proves otherwise. I gave you the data, which proves otherwise. $8 trillion spent by Trump in his first term, $4 trillion spent by Biden in his first term, $5 trillion spent so far by Trump in his second term in 1.5 years. And then you responded by saying, what about COVID? We counted for COVID. $5 trillion by Trump in his first, $2 trillion by Biden in his first, then $5 trillion so far by Trump in his second. And then you abstracted that to state level policy. But listen, man, regardless of state level policy, still holistically as a country, businesses are only worse off today under Trump than they were under Biden.
That is not true.
That's what the data that I just showed you proves.
They're shifting.
That's what the data that I just showed you proves.
Yeah, but
every financial quarter so far under Trump, we've had less and less business investment into our manufacturers than under Biden, where we experienced the largest boom in investment in recorded U.S. history. Worst jobs reported in 25 years, ignoring recessions under Trump in 2025. Added less jobs in a year than we added month per month under Biden in 2024. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, so 15 years. Most layoffs since the pandemic. Highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Highest level of inflation since the pandemic. Businesses are worse off. And because businesses are worse off, you can't point me towards a singular macroeconomic indicator. It's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Yeah, I did say front. Look, I hope you realize I have no problem with listening to your argument. I just asked for the return because I don't want to have to yell over you and try to fight for time and fight for breath. What I'm saying is the Trump policy right now is to cut government spending and shrink the size of the federal government while trying to build up the private sector through job initiatives and campaigns and more federal law enforcement. Come on.
If their policy was to cut spending, then they wouldn't be spending more.
Allow me to land my plane. It's not that.
If their policy was to cut spending, then they wouldn't be spending more than Biden.
Well, they're also at a deficit because the Democrats are not cooperating with Donald Trump under anything other than arm twisting or shutting down the government.
Policy is bad. I don't want my representatives to cooperate with bad policy.
I get it. Look, you don't like what Donald Trump is doing, but holding the government hostage to prop up fail business strategies
refusing to vote for the big beautiful bill is not holding the government hostage.
Sir, you have all the power in the world.
Telling the president
you have the
that
microphone.
His policy sucks.
You have the microphone and you have the home field advantage. You should be able to allow someone to at least speak their mind, right? It's not that hard to do. The fact is, I'm sorry I have to shame you into doing this, but it's not that complicated. The Democrats and the Republicans have two distinct business strategies. One of them supports the private sector. The other one is supporting the public sector. Donald Trump purposefully shrunk the private sector, even though the Biden economy, a lot of people were being documented as gainfully employed because they were monitoring the migrants. They were social workers who were babysitting migrants. As those migrants got sent back home, their jobs became superfluous. And Donald Trump is shrinking down the size of the education system because we cannot afford to send people to schools so that they could practice, cultural Marxist animosity towards the United States and take a grievance studies degree. Donald Trump is pushing America towards a private sector economy. And yes, that does include him courting other businesses to come over here by reducing taxes. It is it's a Republican platform to have a safe space for people to do business so that they could come over here. Meanwhile, the Democrats, as represented in states like Seattle, California, New York, their job is to punish businesses by raising taxes. That's why some states are growing and others aren't. That's the pure distinction at the federal and the state level. The experiment is not over, so I don't know where you get this idea that that it is settled law. We're still fighting for our economy, and I land.
A whole bunch of words, no data. A whole bunch of words, no facts. A whole bunch of words, no empirical studies to demonstrate that these claims are true. A whole bunch of words, no specific references to like policy. Okay? Right? Because when we look at the data, when we look at the facts, when we look at the policy, it says the opposite of what you are. Go claim by claim. First claim, Trump wants to reduce expenditure. What about his policy? Pass a big, beautiful bill. The most expensive bill in the history of this country. Okay, so that claim's false. Second claim, Trump wants to strengthen the private sectors in this nation. What does the data say? Most bankruptcies in 15 years. Worst jobs report ignoring recessions in 20 years. Highest level of unemployment, inflation, and layoffs in 5 years. Okay? So that claim's false. Your next claim, Donald Trump is cutting taxes to drive more manufacturers to America. When we look at investment into building brand new manufacturing facilities on American soil, it's gone down every single quarter under Trump's second term when it went up every single quarter under Biden. So that claim's also false. I rest my case. When we look at the data, it says the opposite of what you are.
Yeah, here's the problem with that. We're also dealing with the information age moving into AI. A lot of engineers are losing their work because things that are not in Donald Trump's control, like companies laying off people because they're trying to automate. At the same time, Donald Trump is making it more difficult for those same companies to use.
Tina, I appreciate you so much for the Future City. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, Donald Trump is making it more difficult for companies to replace American labor with foreign workers by putting a minimum wage and an extra tax on H-1B visas. Donald Trump is fighting it like point by point, even though that our economy is shrinking because of automation. This is a two-factor problem. One, we're automating. Two, Donald Trump is trying to find work for everyone, and he's trying to push out non-Americans from the job market, which is part of the whole MAGA platform. Furthermore, you're saying that, oh, there's no evidence. Tesla is evidence. SpaceX is evidence. Cisco leaving California is evidence. Some states are embracing a more Republican platform of a pro-business, safe to do business atmosphere. And some states like Seattle, Minnesota, New York are all suffering because of it.
Some states names 2 cities in one state. Wow. Okay, listen. Yeah,
Seattle.
I think the reason why you're drowning so like horrendously in this argument is because you're economically illiterate, right? And the reason why I say that is because you're a pretzel, okay, that you've twisted yourself into to account for a failing economy with less jobs and worse conditions for the average American is just to say automation. In fact, you explicitly said when we automate the economy shrinks. That claim couldn't be further from the truth. All that you need to like take in order to know why that's further from the truth is an introductory course to macroeconomics. So automation equals productivity. Productivity equals growing economy. So if it was true that the reason why we lost so many jobs last year was because of more automation, we wouldn't have expected to see negative GDP growth in Q1 or GDP growth being down close to 2% year by year.
There's also another factor.
So do you concede that automation is not why we lost jobs?
No, I'll tell you why. Meta had to lay off a bunch of people because they had to buy those NVIDIA chips that everybody's searching for. NVIDIA is, it's not even a one-for-one replacement, but people are stockpiling microchips They're waiting for the CHIPS Act to take in full effect, and that's why they're letting go of so many engineers.
So they let go of engineers to make investments elsewhere for more productivity. Is that your claim?
Microchips, yeah, microchips. They're trying to buy those NVIDIA microchips.
And they're firing employees to have more money to buy microchips. I don't know.
Yes.
That doesn't sound
Facebook,
economically advantageous for the company. Not to mention that it seems to be the case that they just collect more like investment to then pay and buy all those microchips. Could you give me a source for that?
What is it? Meta. They let go of people. They're trying to start their own data centers.
I'm asking you first.
Amazon.
I don't want you to say Amazon. I want you to give a source.
Amazon.
I don't want you to say Amazon. I want you to give me a source.
You don't want me to, but it's the truth.
I want you to then give me a source.
Amazon.
Not Amazon for Meta. Not Amazon for Meta. Nope. Give me a source.
What are you doing?
I'm asking you for a source for your claim that Meta fired a bunch of people just so they could like have more money because they're no longer paying these wages to then invest in microchips.
If I have to go all the way,
the reason why I think that's so clearly bullshit is because the reasons why big companies will like give money to employees is then to generate a return on that investment. Like, listen, buddy, jobs are not charity work from companies. They pay you less than the amount of money that you will make for them. So for the suggested to be true that Meta is firing people so they'll have more money to buy chips, well, it seems like they would only have more money for firing people if their company got smaller because they're selling less product or they made bad investments in the past. In a healthy company,
Amazon made a profit.
In a healthy company, your employees make you more money. They don't make you less money, so then you have to fire them to have more money to invest in chips. So give me a source that Meta fired employees when they were perfectly operating in health, so they'd have more money to then invest into chips. Give me the source.
Here's my assertion. I'm saying this flat out. Not even both Meta. Windows made profits. They laid people off. Meta made profits.
I don't want to claim about Windows. I don't want to claim about Amazon.
Why are you
I want a source for your claim.
Look. Dang, I gotta be doing that. Look, I'll go to the desktop and we could go through this one at a time. How you doing, baby? We could do this.
What the fuck is going on with the guests today? They're literally so insufferable. So insufferable. This is ludicrous. It is insanity. The guests today are just insane. Come back when you got that source, bro. I'm not going to punish myself for the viewers a moment longer. I want you to hop in that queue when you'll be able to join my stream and say, Dean, the source is name of publisher, title of article.
Yep.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, let me thank a couple people. Joe, thank you for the $6 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Cody, thank you for the $10. Who says, when was the last time that this caller was subbed in a classroom? What teacher has time for this indoctrination? So true. Thank you, Michelle, for the $45. Oh my goodness, Michelle. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so very much. I want to see 450 Michelle W's down below. That is beyond kind of you. I'm so very grateful. Michelle with the $45 says, I could personally attest that Biden's infrastructure bill saved many people's jobs. After COVID, the engineering company I work for wasn't doing super well. After the bill, they had to hire more people. I love that. Every time someone like this comes on and gets on you for saying even a word over them, you should play back the VOD to when they were belligerently screaming over you. So true. Thank you, Michelle, for the $45. Zeus, thank you for the 5. D, thank you for the 5. And over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $11. Emma, who says no need to read out loud. You know what? Happy birthday. It is Emma's 30th birthday today. I want to see at least 300 happy birthdays for Emma down below. Live it up. I hope you've had a good one already. And thank
Happy
you so
birthday,
much for
Emma.
being here. Same thing to you, Ashlyn. Thank you for the $10. She says, lifelong Utah resident here. I could tell you that we all hate the idea for this new data center. Yeah, because it's like just destroying the infrastructure, the energy grid, and clean water. Thank you for the $10. Kathy with $10 as well. You says, did I read that Trump now says that he didn't touch Iran's military, contradicting previous statements? I haven't seen that. I'll take a look. Amy, thank you for the $30. Who says, thank you for the pre-night shift entertainment and education once again. Well, thank you so much for the $30. Let's get 300 Amy W's down below in the chat. Thank you so very much for the love, Amy. You were awesome. Let's get 300 Amy W's. That is AIMEE. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. And then Megan with the $5 as well over on Super Chat. Thank you for the 27 Canadian dollars. Kat, who says, Dean, did you hear about Alberta separating from the rest of Canada? Did it officially happen? Whoa. I mean, or is it just still like the same suggestion that they've been making for years? Thank you for the $27. And then Freezy, thank you for the $50 on Super Chat. Thank you, Freezy. Let's get 500 ZWs down below in that chat. Z with a $50. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Says, I was never MAGA, but I used to be on the right. I was misinformed and unfortunately fell for the propaganda. Thanks to you as well as my buddies Chris and Mason. I left the right last year and will never look back. Much love, Dean. Well, much love to you, Z. Thank you for being a true patriot and standing by truth, okay? I love to hear that the streams have a positive impact on the political leanings and ideologies of some of the viewers. I think that you're awesome, and thank you so much for the support. I'm so happy that you're here. T, thank you for the $20, who says Texas is where California was years ago, attracting people and businesses with lower costs. Success brings growth, but growth will eventually make a place more expensive. Yep. Thank you for the $20, T. Same thing to Cabin Man with the 10, who says, why are MAGAs so afraid of sources? It's because they have none. Thank you so much for the love and support. If you want to support me, folks, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on the other place, and the @'s right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Take it away, man. Tell us, Jacob, why you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Don.
I support the very best president of my lifetime because, for one, he wants to and is going to mass deport illegal, undocumented immigrants. Another reason is he wants and is going to, but...
Well, let's just quickly make sure that Trump isn't the only president of your lifetime. How old are you?
22.
Okay, sounds good. So Trump best president because he's going to deport every single undocumented immigrant. So do you think that like undocumented immigrants in DACA should be deported?
And where?
In DACA?
What's that?
Oh, Jesus, yeah. It's a protective program for undocumented immigrants that came in as children.
Oh, okay.
So they can't be deported because they came in as kids.
Were they here illegally or illegally?
They're undocumented immigrants. They're not documented. They're here undocumented.
But they're here legally.
Right, they're here undocumented.
But legally.
They have legal protections for their illegal status.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they should be deported if they were allowed to come here.
Okay. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's fine. Good to hear. So you don't think that every undocumented immigrant should be deported? So you just think everybody but those in DACA should be deported?
Yeah,
Why?
but I didn't say Trump wants to deport every single undocumented immigrant. In general.
Whatever. So why do you think that
I did, but I didn't.
essentially like all undocumented immigrants should be deported?
I didn't say that. I don't think all undocumented immigrants should be deported. I literally just said.
So it's like the
DACA ones
exclusion for DACA,
and also
who else?
Well, yeah, obviously there's going to be exceptions.
Yeah, I'm just like I want you to specify what your exceptions are. It seems like a fair question to ask.
Well, ones that are here under protected status. So like even people that are here as refugees from countries that are.
Okay, well, refugees aren't undocumented immigrants.
Huh?
They're not undocumented immigrants. Okay, so I'll just say, why do you think undocumented immigrants should be deported? Okay, and this is implying people who aren't in DACA, aren't asylum seekers, aren't refugees.
Yeah, this is implying people that came across the border illegally. Yeah, I think they should be deported because one, it's a safety hazard. Having people that aren't documented, unvetted is kind of dangerous.
Okay,
for
so
one,
like more crimes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So no vetting process. What's next? What's next?
Oh yeah, and I also think that closing up our borders would decrease a lot of drug imports too. While I know that like not all drugs are coming from the South. Can I say drugs or do I have to?
We could close our borders without doing a deportation.
I know, but deporting people will
So
kind
that's
of
not like
like.
why you think we should deport them.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Yeah. So while I know that deporting everybody won't necessarily stop people from coming, or won't necessarily close our borders, but I do know that if people know they are getting deported, they will be less incentivized from coming over.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other reasons?
Not much. No. Let's just talk about those two.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, these two reasons, insofar as why you support deportation, are compatible with amnesty. The first reason was they're not vetted. Okay, well, amnesty would vet them. Then your next reason was, well, it'll like incentivize there to be like less undocumented immigrants bringing really bad things across the southern border. Yeah, well, amnesty would also do that if we applied that same expedited pathway to residency or citizenship to the legal means of entry, which would reduce the time and the amount of money that they cost, essentially eliminating undocumented entry for like good people. And the only people who would be left that would actively seek out undocumented entry would be people that wouldn't pass the vetting process or would be coming into America for criminal activities, which of course would then be very swiftly caught by Border Patrol because undocumented immigration would go from like millions of people to thousands of people. So it'd just be easier to manage. And on top of this, it seems like amnesty is just a better option because it's less harmful to our economy, crime rates, and the social and moral fabric of our nation.
Right. Yeah, and also like I just kind of want to clarify too. So do you think, all right, let's say like, we have person A who is from Mexico by himself. We don't know his familial status, his criminal history. We don't know any of this stuff. And
that's why we have vetting processes.
Right. And just like, let's say that he does cross the border illegally and he gets caught. Do you think he should be deported at all? Or do we think that we should vet him and then give him citizenship even though he came across illegally?
Well, I think I just answered this question for you. Like, we both think that he should be vetted and then given residency or citizenship if he passes the vetting process. Like, we both just agreed on that because, well, then all of a sudden we don't have that safety hazard of a bunch of unvetted people in the country. If we apply these same means to legal entry, well, then we're really going to heavily disincentivize bad undocumented immigrants because there's going to be much fewer undocumented immigrants in general, making it easier for Border Patrol to crack down on them. And it's just generally better for the health of the social, moral, and economic fabric of the nation.
Right. And then also, like, during Trump's first term, he wasn't even really, he didn't really
respond to how I'm describing to you how, in accordance with your own principles and values, you don't support mass deportation. Because there's a more preferable alternative that like soothes all of your reasons why you do support it. Like, we get the same thing out of amnesty with vetting. We'd probably get the same thing, but to a higher extent through amnesty of cracking down on the few undocumented immigrants that would be left for illegal entry that are actually bad people. It'd just be better for the economy because it helps the economy compared to mass deportation.
Well, how does it help the economy?
It increases real median wages, increases taxes paid, increases the productivity of the labor force.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason it does that is because people don't have to pay these undocumented immigrants the same wages. So, I mean, do you think that underpaying people is underpaying undocumented immigrants is like a way to subsidize our economy? Do you think that's even moral?
No, I don't think that's moral, which is another reason.
So then why would you want that? Because the way these people are getting jobs
I think that you're like giving me like quite a grave straw man here. You're saying, Dean, why do you support conditions that wouldn't exist under the thing that you support? Right? Like, you just agreed that if we gave them amnesty, you literally just agreed that if we gave them amnesty, you literally just agreed that we would, that if we gave them amnesty, they'd be on the same footing as any other resident or citizen, and they wouldn't be getting paid less. Isn't amnesty the thing that I support?
Because like I must be like having amnesia because when did I say we should give them all amnesty?
Well, yeah, when you said that the reason why you support deportation is because they aren't vetted and it disincentivizes bad undocumented.
That was one of my reasons. Not
but
like
amnesty, right?
Reason.
They would vet them, so that one is solved. And then your second thing of
let's say that's
preventing like bad undocumented immigrants from coming in. For the fourth and final time, if we extended the same expedited process of amnesty to legal immigration, well, then all of a sudden we'd see that the only undocumented immigrants who would be left would be the bad people, who would then be very swiftly caught by Border Patrol, because instead of millions of undocumented immigrants, there would be thousands. So it solves the two reasons why you want mass deportation, but then on top of that, you just have the positive economic outcome of amnesty compared to the negative economic outcome of deportation. So literally the only thing that changes between amnesty and deportation under your view is in the first scenario of deportation, the economy's hurt. And in the second scenario of amnesty, the economy is helped. All other qualms are solved by both.
So it's like you're almost not even listening to what I'm saying, like at all. Right? Just because like we think that a lot of these people are coming over for like better jobs, better or more safety, right? We don't know who's all here for what. And you're like, oh, let's vet them. Well, how are we going to vet 15 plus million undocumented immigrants?
The
If
same
it were
way we
like
vet
maybe
millions of legal immigrants.
maybe if it were like 7 years ago before the border crisis happened, yeah, that could have been, resolved. But when these people are getting let in by millions, it's a lot harder to do that. So the best thing to do is
can you please
to
give
just
me,
get virtually everyone
a
out.
study that would demonstrate that amnesty is impossible? Because it seems like that's what your position here hinges
Well, I
on.
didn't say it was impossible. I was saying it's very time consuming and useless. So the best
Very
the best
time
and
consuming.
most
Well, how specifically can you give me a study to demonstrate how long it would take to vet them?
like a rough estimate.
Yeah.
From my head, I mean, it could take like
I don't want
years.
I don't want just a guess from your head. I want a source that would demonstrate that the vetting
I believe
process
that
for
it
mass
takes
amnesty
about-
for the undocumented immigrants who are here would if we were to make the vetting process go faster, would still yet just be implausible and not pragmatic.
Yeah, so it takes about like 20 years just to get almost around 20 years to get citizenship. I bet we can both agree on that.
Yeah, but like clearly that's with very archaic vetting processes that are just delayed
Right.
by bureaucracy, or else we wouldn't
But
be able to vet
we can make
people
an
for the
inference that if it's
CIA
taking 20 years
that
to
would
get
take
it,
3 months.
yeah, if it takes 20 years to get like citizenship, if you're already in Mexico, imagine how long it would take to vet like another 15 million more people. It would take years upon years. So like I said,
Well, the claim is
the best.
the claim is that the vetting process doesn't take 20 years, but rather that 20-year time span is just filled by useless bureaucracy and archaic policy designed to further incentivize undocumented
Yeah, so what's
entry.
wrong with
So that's
getting
why
out,
I'm
like-
asking you that if we were to expedite that vetting process, apparently it takes 20 years for a legal immigrant to be a citizen, but then it takes 3 months for a citizen to be a top secret CIA agent, right? Clearly we could expedite the vetting processes. Please demonstrate to me that it would just simply take way too long to do amnesty, and to specifically demonstrate how long it would take. I'm going to ask you for the same thing I asked for the last guest, which would be a source, okay? Not your emotions. I've recognized this terrible trend from you and every other Trump supporter who's joined my live today. You guys just like spawn in bullshit claims from your brain, but then when you are requested to provide a source to demonstrate that the claim is true, you can't.
I mean, sure, but fine. I'll concede on that point then. Then can I switch the topic on like why I still support Trump, even if like his immigration policy is like completely
Okay.
useless?
So his immigration policy is useless. The economy's in the shitter. He is a piece of shit rapist with 34 felonies. He's destroying
and he's not a
relationships
rapist.
with
That's
their
what every
allies.
like.
So
Trump
it's like
hater
what
says, is, like, he's
what is there?
one, not a rapist.
If he's just destroying the country,
Can you prove how
economy's
he's a
in the
rapist?
shitter. Well, a court.
Wait,
proved
can
it.
I say rape on here?
Yeah, a court proved it.
Oh, bet. Yeah. So, can you prove how he's a racist? I'd like you to substantiate that claim right there.
Rapist,
Yeah.
right? Because unanimous jury of 9 held him liable for raping a woman by the name of Eugene Carroll.
Oh, so he was held liable, right? Do you know the Are you aware of the burden of proof on that?
Yeah, it's preponderance of the evidence.
Right. And what does that mean?
It means 51% likelihood to 100% likelihood.
Right. So that means that he wasn't proven beyond reasonable doubt, and
That's
also he
not
wasn't
what it
held
means.
criminally.
That's a false
He wasn't
inference.
held criminal. Huh?
I said that a preponderance of the evidence is 51% likelihood to 100% likelihood. If they
Right. proved
proved it to 100% likelihood, did they prove it
It's
beyond
not
a reasonable
100%.
shadow of a doubt?
The burden of proof isn't 100%. It's not beyond reasonable doubt when it comes to
Oh my God.
civil liability.
Oh my God. Do we agree that a preponderance of the evidence could mean anywhere between a 51% likelihood that the claim is true
Oh yeah, yeah.
to
okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
100% likelihood that the claim is true?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they proved it hypothetically to a 100% likelihood that the claim is true, did they prove it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt?
No. That's not what it means. I feel like You're
so
purposely
if something,
misinterpreting.
so if something is 100% likely to be true, it's like meaning it's literally impossible to
and
be
you know what?
false.
I think you should look up what
okay,
it means.
then it wasn't proof beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. So let me ask you a question.
No, I think
okay,
you should look up what it
what would
means.
a reasonable doubt be to something that was proved to logical certainty? To
No,
100%,
because logical certainty.
to 100%.
Yeah, logical certainty has to
necessity.
be. Yo, can I finish? Because like I feel like you're cutting me off.
Yeah,
because
bro,
you
you're
don't
just
want me to prove
embarrassing
wrong.
yourself. Also, for the people in the comment section, say that this guest called Santana the N-word. Please provide like a clip of that and like the Discord or
like-
something, or just any evidence of that. Did
Yeah,
you call
so-
Santana the N-word?
No, like I genuinely do not know what they're talking about. That's why I
Okay.
ignored it.
Yeah, I only believe that if there's evidence for it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyways. Oh yeah, you were saying about how like 50 to 100 ratio is beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's just simply not true. And I honestly think you should.
I said no. That's not what I said. You're clearly not listening. The question wasn't if they prove it anywhere between a 51% and 100% likelihood. Then did they prove it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt? No. My question was, if they proved it to a 100% likelihood, then did they prove it beyond a
Oh
reasonable
yeah, if it's
shadow of a doubt?
100% likelihood that
Okay.
it happened, then
Okay,
that would be
perfect.
beyond reasonable
And to
shadow
be
of a
more
doubt.
specific, okay, the enumeration of beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt in a percentage likelihood would be something that could be proven up to be true upwards of a 87% likelihood threshold. Okay? So anyways, so now that we've agreed that things can be proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt in civil cases, demonstrate the reasonable doubt to the evidence suggested in the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll court case.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like you could have just asked that, by the way, instead of going on that whole tangent.
Well,
But,
I mean, you made an invalid claim when you said because it's in a civil court, it can't be proven beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
I didn't say that.
That's
I
just
said that
simply
it
not true.
wasn't
You did.
proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Nope.
You said that
I
things in
said
civil
since
courts
it's-
can't be
since
proven
the
beyond a
burden of
reasonable
proof
shadow of a doubt.
isn't beyond a reasonable doubt, that means that it wasn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt because it wasn't 100% likely.
Yeah, so then but see, then you
I'm
are
not saying
saying,
it can't
then
be,
you
I'm
are saying
saying
that
it
civil
wasn't.
courts can't prove things beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt because a burden of evidence is not beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, but rather a preponderance of the evidence. And we just went through how the preponderance of the evidence can be beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, given that the preponderance
can
of said
be. It
evidence.
wasn't in that case.
All right,
It
all right.
can be.
But prior, you were not saying it can be, and it wasn't in this case. You're saying it couldn't be. But now that we've clarified on that, go ahead and name the reasonable doubt to this case.
Yeah, one of the reasonable doubts is that it took her like, I don't know, what, 30 years to come
Guys,
out?
there's nothing
What?
in Discord yet. Go ahead.
Yo, where's the Discord at? But anyways, yeah, it wasn't.
So then what was the reasonable doubt,
What took
please?
her so long to report it?
Okay. So are you saying the reasonable doubt is that she waited 23 years?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay, so then what's the other part?
Sorry, what?
What's the other part? I just want to know what the
Well,
reasonable
hold
doubt
on,
is.
let's
So
talk
one
about
part
that
of the
one part.
reasonable doubt
Hold on,
was
you gotta
waited
debunk that first part, though.
23 years. No, I want all the parts of the reasonable doubt so that I know what you think the reasonable doubt is. The first part of the reasonable doubt was her waiting 23 years. What's the next part of the reasonable doubt?
So you want to debunk all the claims at once?
I just want to know what the reasonable doubt is. And you're saying that the reasonable doubt is comprised of different parts and that these different parts together amount to the reasonable doubt. So you've given me the first part. Now, but that on its own doesn't amount to a reasonable doubt. So now give me the other parts that in consideration of one another do amount to a reasonable doubt.
Let me grab a source for my claim real quick because I'm gonna assume you'd want one.
I just want you to make the claims first. And if I need a source, I'll ask you. So just name the other parts that comprise the reasonable doubt, please.
Yeah, so for one, it says right here that the jury found that while she had not proved that she'd been raped, under New York's definition of that crime, Trump had... Oh my God, it lagged. Okay, sorry. Let me find it again. Bro, this is so annoying. Oh God, it lagged me out. Let me find the paragraph number. I'll give you the source real quick. By the way,
I don't want to. If I need a source, I'll ask for it. I just want to know what the other parts are of the reasonable doubt to the Trump rape case.
Yeah, that the jury didn't prove that she had been raped.
Okay.
Or she didn't prove that she'd been raped.
She didn't prove rape. And that's because they said no to rape, right?
I believe.
Okay. Are those the 2 parts of the reasonable doubt, or is there more?
Yeah, that's my 2 parts. But
Okay.
I bet I could find more.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. If there is a reasonable explanation for why she waited 23 years, or that did not amount to reasonable doubt, and you were wrong about saying that she didn't prove rape, then you wouldn't believe that there's a reasonable doubt to the court case, right?
Unless I could find some more reasonable doubts.
Okay, but
Because
if
even
you
there's a
can't
reasonable
find
doubt-
any other, but if
Well-
you can't find
well, can
other
can I
reasons,
clarify?
then you would
Well, can I
admit that you're
clarify
wrong,
something
right?
then? Can I clarify something?
Sure. I just want to
Yeah,
know what
so-
the reasonable doubt is to the court case. It's very
So
simple.
even if there is like a reasonable doubt that I could find, just like the 2 I named, that the jury found that she didn't prove that she'd been raped, I feel like that's a big reasonable doubt. But even like if I find one, I feel like that's still enough to say, look, you're innocent until proven guilty, of course, beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. And if there's a reasonable shadow of doubt, then that shouldn't be a stain on his career. Like, oh, he was held civilly
but I'm
liable.
just making
because
sure
because he wasn't
that you believe
proven
that the
beyond
reasonable doubt.
Therefore,
I just want to know that you think the reasonable doubt is waiting
innocent.
23 years and she
And the
didn't prove
jury
rape.
finding that she hadn't proved that she's been raped.
Okay. And that anything else, or is it case closed that are your 2 reasons?
Yeah, those are my 2 reasons.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go through them both. So your second
Sure.
reason was that she didn't prove rape because the jury said no to rape. Well, no, specifically the jury said no to penile rape. All right, because the legal definition of rape in 2022 was a penetration of the vagina with a penis. She proved that he penetrated her vagina with his fingers. So your second claim that she didn't prove rape is false, because she did prove that he raped her with his fingers. She just didn't prove that he raped him with his penis. All right, and then your first claim that she waited 23 years. Okay, well, first and foremost, why did she wait 23 years? It's because
Wonder why.
it took 23 years for Donald Trump to call her a liar. Okay? She wrote a book. It accused Donald Trump of raping her. And it also accused another dude. His name was Les Moonves, the ex-CEO of CBS. Now, she only sued Trump. She never sued Les Moonves. Why? Because Les Moonves shut the fuck up and didn't say a peep. Never called her a liar. Donald Trump, on the other hand, didn't shut the fuck up, did say a peep, did call her a liar. So she said, oh, you want to bet? I'll take your ass to court and prove it. And she did.
Sounds
so
like
not
the only
only
thing that
is
affected
there a
her was,
reasonable
not having the
explanation
money.
for why she waited 23 years, but on top of that, because women prove rape in criminal courts, where the standard is beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, after waiting 20 through 30 years all of the time, somebody waiting 20 through 30 years is not a reasonable doubt. So I've now defeated the 2 reasons, the 2 parts that you've given me of your there's a reasonable doubt to the case position. So do you want to now concede and agree that there is still reasonable doubt to the outcome of the E. Jean Carroll case?
Yeah, there is still a reasonable doubt. Yeah, I will concede with that. There is still a reasonable doubt. You said that wrong, by the way.
Okay, so I was false. So I was wrong. So what was I wrong
No,
about
the-
in my
the last
explanation
part you said
of why the
was
2
wrong.
parts that you gave me, okay, insofar as why you are wrong in arguing that there is a reasonable doubt? What did I say that was incorrect?
Yeah. So, first of all, when did when did the jury prove that she was he digitally raped her?
Like October of 2023?
And how was that proven?
It was proven through 3 years of discovery, around a year of deliberation.
Oh, that's a little
then
circular.
a unanimous jury
You don't have
a
the
verdict
evidence
from
that
9.
we haven't seen. By the way,
What?
digitally means like with his fingers, digitally.
Wait, I'm confused.
Just
on what
for
you're
the
saying.
chat, by the way, for the chat, they didn't know what digitally penetrated her means.
So what's the argument? Like, once again, your second reason why there's a reasonable doubt to the court case was, quote unquote, she didn't prove rape because the jury said no to rape. My explanation is, well, she did prove that he had forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers, but they just didn't legally consider this as rape because they only considered penile rape to be rape.
So basically, what you're saying is the jury said no to rape because he was
No,
convicted by a jury.
The jury said no to penile rape because she proved finger rape.
Oh, finger rape, $83 million for that. How do we know that it wasn't consensual?
Okay, so the question, how do we know that it wasn't consensual, right, would be answered via the fact of what they proved and the fact that you
And
don't
is
have a
finger
reasonable
rape
doubt to what
really
they
that
proved.
deep? Like $83 million deep? Like, I'm sure, like, he's
So
not the
I
only-
just want to clarify. I just want to clarify that you've now abandoned there is a reasonable doubt to the outcome of the court case.
I'm saying
because I blew
I'm saying
through
if
the
he
two
did, is it
reasons that you
deep?
gave for why you think there is a reasonable doubt. To you now saying, well, Dean, since I can no longer enumerate a reasonable doubt to the case, meaning I must accept the outcome of the case, now it's just not that deep. MAGA
I'm saying-
is explicitly
Yo, can I finish?
endorsing rape. It's not that deep, bro. Sit down. MAGA, let me say it again, is explicitly endorsing rape. They hold impossible standards for rape victims, yet they hold no standards for rapists. This fool's impossible
mad.
standard that he held for E. Jean Carroll, a rape victim, was a terrible argument that there's a reasonable doubt to the case.
Why is your chat
I
texting
debunked
me?
the terrible argument. So now he's moved on to holding no rape standards for rapists. Sorry, no standards for rapists by explicitly endorsing rape. You are an absolute disgrace.
Bro, what?
You are an absolute and total disgrace. There are so many men. And then he just starts showing porn on the live stream. You're going to jail. You're going on the DV sex offenders list. Sorry, not domestic violence. You're just going on the sex offenders list. So he just showed porn on a TikTok live stream. He was banned very quickly, while we have 12.1 thousand viewers with thousands of kids watching. If you were to like go to a public park and pull down your pants to show kids, you go to jail and you get on a sex offenders registry. Same thing about doing it on live. I have a running line of dialogue with a TikTok senior representative named Scarlett. Scarlett works for TikTok. Every time somebody joins my live and exposes their naked body or a naked body, I take note of the timestamp in the live, and then I forward that to Scarlett. Okay? And then what happens is that information is then taken, turned around, given to the TikTok moderation team. Because it's TikTok, they then know the account that joined the stream. They go get the information from that account. TikTok collects way too much information on you and me. They know where he's at. They know every device connected to the network he's on. They know everything about him. So then they take his personal information and then they turn that over to the local PD where he lives. And then the PD says, okay, we have evidence of a crime committed. They arrest him. He's found guilty. And then he goes on the sex offenders registry. We have successfully gotten 3 people convicted and thrown on the registry for doing exactly what he just did. He just threw his life away. He just threw his life away. And it is the most seamless and fluid course from A to Z. I take this information, I give it to TikTok. TikTok acts because if they don't act, then I fucking blast them for not acting. TikTok takes that information, they send it to the local PD. The local PD acts because if they don't act, well, then I and the rest of the internet, maybe even TikTok, blasts them for not acting. So every part of A to Z, from me to him being on the sex offenders registry, has grave incentive to act and to actually do something and to hold them accountable. So that guy just threw his life away. Good riddance. You're done. All right. I hope that you enjoy jail for a couple months and then being on the sex offenders registry for the rest of your life. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. That's MAGA, by the way. I just want to clarify what just happened. MAGA says Trump isn't a rapist. I defeat their argument. Then they say rape doesn't matter. And then they expose naked genitalia to thousands of children. It is the party of sexual predation. They are coming for you. They are coming for your children. They are coming for women and girls. They are the party of violence, the party of sexual predators, the party of pedophilia, and they are coming for you. And by the way, it's not just like a one-man band here. Look at the people in the comment section who are defending him. I just saw a Trump supporter down below say, this isn't a platform for kids. According to TikTok TOS, you could sign up at a minimum age of 13. Somebody else says, you didn't defeat shit. Standing right along by that guy, all right, that says, I don't care. Here's porn that I'm going to expose to an audience of thousands. Somebody else in the comment section says, cry. All right, saying that we shouldn't care. That he says it's not that deep, rape doesn't matter, and then exposes genitalia to children. That's MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. All right. I'm really scared of other like MAGA people saying rape doesn't matter and exposing their naked bodies to children because that's MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message elsewhere, and that's right there, Dean Withers, without the Ian Withers. Best way to ask a question or to get a message across. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you, Sydney? Moving on to the next guest, we got Wild Randy connecting. Hey, listen, Z, thank you so much for the $25 dono over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Z.
Check out this dead
Show
nigger
some
baby.
love to
Dead
Z
nigger.
down below in that comment section. The same thing will happen to him. I think I got him out. I think I got him out before a vast majority of people could see what he put on. I'm happy that people in the comment section are saying what happened. Good. Good. I'm happy that most people didn't see that. He showed a picture of a black baby killed with machetes. And he said, dead, hard R, baby. Oh my God. This is the right. This is MAGA. This is MAGA. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Absolutely sickening. Absolutely sickening. This is the right. And this has been the right for a long time. And they have voted accordingly. Exposing genitalia to minors. And then parading a picture of a dead black newborn screaming dead hard R baby. This is the right. The most disgusting and grotesque movement. Genuinely, man, just like what has the world come to? How are we here? We're fighting a movement of pedophiles and violent racists. Apparently, according to the guests on my stream. For all the people watching this live stream who are like apolitical, maybe even consider themselves right-leaning, take note. This shows you what side you should fall on. You have me just arguing that the average American shouldn't have to pay $5 for gas and that rent should be cheaper and groceries should be affordable while they make a living wage. Then you have them saying rape doesn't matter. I'm a pedophile. Here's my penis children. And while we're at it, here's a picture of a dead black baby that I'm going to call a dead inward baby. Genuinely. 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 Like, what side do you want to be on? What side? Are you a human? Or are you a monster? We're going to go to get that next guest connected into the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate it if you guys would please follow the rules of the live stream. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
July 16th of 2007.
Can you please get a whole lot closer to your mic?
July 16th of 2007.
I think that you're faking your southern accent. We'll see.
No, that's my actual voice.
Why do you support Trump?
I don't even know.
Okay. What the hell are you doing? We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate it if you could follow the rules, please and thank you. I'd appreciate it if you could follow the rules, please and thank you. We're going to get that next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jonathan? Going once, going twice, sold to the next guest.
Hey, good.
Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. Please follow our rules. We're just looking for Trump supporters to debate. Only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. We got the next guest, David, connecting to the live stream. Hey, David, do you support Trump?
I'm gonna eat your asshole.
Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Y'all know the rules of the live. Please and thank you. Do follow them. Please and thank you. Do follow them. Moving on to the next guest right now. Thomas, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, you just had the most quietest and most justified crash out. Not sure if that's the right word I've ever seen. We're not mad enough, in my opinion. Thomas, thank you so much for the $20. Yeah. Not mad enough, man. Show some love to Thomas in that chat for the $20 dono. Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean.
It's just some clip. Moving on to the next guest. We got Bowden connecting to the live stream. On Super Chat, thank you for the $5. Alien, who says, go get Momo, you need her. I don't want Momo to see this shit. Harvey, thank you for the $10, who says, take care of your mental health, man. Listen, I do my best to take care of it. I'd say I'm really relying on the gym. It helps my mental health a lot. Lucas, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, keep in mind that what you're doing is important to the world tuning in from New Zealand. Well, I appreciate you, man. Harvey. Oh, that was just the same message again. Then Pillion with the $10. Who says, please take care of yourself, man. Nobody should have to see that. Callie with the $10 says, we love and support you, Dean, and your mental health matters. Well, I appreciate you so much, Callie. And Chin, I appreciate you for the $20 as well, who says, what is wrong with him? Sorry that you've had to deal with vile people. I appreciate that you still show up, stay patient, and continue to try anyways. Hope that you get some peace and fewer monsters in your debates. Hugs. Well, I appreciate you so much, Chin. Just know that I really appreciate you so very much for the love and support, man. I know that you've been watching for a while. Please show some love to them down below.
Yo, hello?
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nah, not really. I'm enjoying Force of 6 right now. How you doing?
All right, guys, we are looking for Trump supporters to have debates with. If you're inside of that queue, please make sure that you're 18 plus American and MAGA. Please make sure that you're 18 plus American and MAGA. I want y'all to follow the rules of the live stream, please. Please, please, please. We are looking for debates. Over on VimoZ, thank you for the $25 who says for having to put up with the worst kind of people. I appreciate you for the $25, If we could please get 300 ZWs. Kat, thank you for the 5. Earl, thank you for the $30 who says for putting up with all the crap that they throw out. I couldn't do what you do, Dean. You're the man. Earl, I really appreciate you so much for the $30. It means a lot. It allows me to continue to do this every day. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 300 Earl Ws. Yeah, there's some days where I ask myself if I can keep on doing it, but the answer is yes. What I do matters, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we're able to change at least some minds in the process. Jacob, do you support Trump? Jacob's not here. What about you, Laird? Do you support Trump?
I'm a neo-libertarian philosopher.
All right, guys, we are still looking for the next Trump supporter. We are still looking for the next Trump supporter. Mods, please go ahead and ban people who join the queue that are not Trump supporters. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much, you guys. Akashia, thank you so much for the $25 who says, listening and seeing these people makes me feel like that we have nowhere to turn. Who do we trust? What do we do? I appreciate you for the $25, Chris. Thank you so much, Acacia. And I think that they're set an outlash of some of the worst immoralities that a human could possibly present are indicative that they are of a dying breed and that this is their final stand. I think that it signals that there is a greater tomorrow, but it makes today as worse as it could be. Marcy, do you support Trump? No, Marcy's not here, so we're going to go to Kicker and move on to the next guest. We got Rad Connecting. Aline, thank you for the $15 who says for taking it seriously and turning that predator protecting asshole in. Oh yeah, he's going to end himself on the registry. He's fucked. Thank you for the $15. Helen, thank you for the $10 who says MAGA, but the children indoctrination. Also MAGA, Epstein who, rapist who, exposure to who. Thank you so much, Ellen. I appreciate you. Please show some love to Helen down below while we are still working on trying to get that next Trump supporter connected to the live stream. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $5. Kai says MAGA showing who they are. Stay strong. You're doing really good work. Thank you, Kai. Tony, thank you for the $12. She says, I'm sorry that you have to deal with these pieces of garbage while I try my best, man. I appreciate you. Danielle, thank you for the $5. And Morgan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Morgan W's in that chat. Morgan, I see your message. I'll read that off here in a moment. Let's just make sure that we got a Trump supporter on the live. Scott, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, please disconnect your device from any Bluetooth and then put your device in your phone and hold it really close to your face so I can hear you better. While you're working on doing that for me, Morgan with the $20. Carissa, thank you once again for another baby dragon. Morgan says, hey, Dean, thank you for protecting women and children. You're a good person. Go take your girlfriend out or something. We'll know that I appreciate you. And thank you for the kind words and the very kind compliment. Anna with the $20 says, I hope that he never has daughters or kids in general, considering that he thinks finger rape isn't that deep. He was a nut job. Thank you for the $20, Anna. 200 Anna W. Same thing to you, Vanessa. Thank you for the $20. Says, I sent you money last night and you missed reading my message about doing a Texas Live for James Tallarico. Well, I did not miss that. No, I responded to it saying that I would love to do that. And that's something that I've been considering because I really want to help Tallarico win. Thank you for the $20. And then one more from now from Caroline. Thank you for the $20 as well. Who says, hey, Dean, hope you're doing well. Good night. And thank you for educating people still. I'm trying my best, Caroline. Hope you're doing well out there in Germany. I remember you. And thank you so much for the love and support. Please show some love to all the donors down below. Once again, if you want to support me and support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. To message on that other place in the ads right there. Dean Withers without the Dean Withers. Just double check your spelling because there's a bunch of scamming fake Dean Withers accounts out there. Scott, why do you support Trump? Scott's mic is muted. I'm going to send him an invite to turn it on. Off to a bad start here. Scott, hello? Okay, I don't think Scott's here, so unfortunately we're going to have to kick him and move on to try to find that next Trump supporter. You guys, the purpose of this live stream is to try to convince people that they shouldn't support Trump as president. So if you are one of the 13,000 people watching and you are a Trump supporter, please go ahead and hop inside of the guest request for me so we could get you pulled up onto the live to have a conversation. Just you have to be American and 18 plus. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Danny, going once? Going twice?
I did not mean to join at all. I'm so
No worries, Danny. You take care. Moving on to the next guest, Scarlett. Maddie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo.
I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
And we're going to go to ban you. Maddie, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you. Show some love to Maddie in that chat, you guys. While we're looking for the next Trump supporter, Maddie says, as a grape survivor, MAGA is absolutely nuts. Please make sure something happens to that guy. I'm going to try my best to ensure that, Maddie. You have my absolute vow. I'm going to try my very best. Thank you for the $25. Dan, do you support Trump?
No.
Then banned. Guys, don't be a Dan. Please, if you are in that queue, make sure that you're following our rules. 18 plus, American and MAGA. The rules are simple. The rules are clear. The rules are easy. We're going to start banning people who are inside of the guest request that are not following the rules. Allie, you are inside the queue. You're 13 years old. We're going to go ahead and ban you. Thank you. Goodbye, Allie. Let's see here. Who else do we have? Ruth, you're inside of the queue. That's a troll account. We're going to go ahead and ban you. See you later, Ruth. Lily, you are not a Trump supporter because you are celebrating pride and taking great pride in it. I'd assume that you're not a Trump supporter. 5 seconds to leave that queue or else you're banned. Try my best here, guys. Me and my mods, we're going to start banning the people in the queue who are not Trump supporters so we could try to stay on top of those requests and get an actual debate going. So just give us a moment to do that, folks. Give us a moment to do that. Not a lot of people follow the rules. Linda, you are inside of the queue. Your bio says that you are a never read, proud American liberal. Linda, we're going to ban you. Jess, I don't think that Jess is a Trump supporter. I think that we're going to quickly bring her up to make an example out of her. Jess, do you support Trump? No? Not here? Guess what? Banned. You could have avoided that ban by not joining the queue and following the rules. Absent, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
04.
Okay. Terrible at math. You, sir, are banned for being under the age of 18 when that is the very first rule of the live stream. We're just making examples out of all the rule breakers. Isabel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Will, thank you for the $15. She says, stay strong, Dean. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty hard after that last shit. I'll try my best, though, Will. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Will down below in that comment section. Autumn, thank you for the $10. She says, did you get Cha-Cha Chicken in Santa Monica? No, I did not. I'll have to try that the next time I'm there. Thank you so much. Welcome into Sport Trump. Going once, going twice, and banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Elias connecting. Hey, listen, Diana, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for your platform. Please tell us when that horde person is prosecuted. I will keep you guys updated. Thank you for the $20, Diana. I hope that you're enjoying today's live stream and absent of the moments that no real person enjoyed. Thank you for the love and support, Diana. I appreciate you. Welcome in the deep. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
All right. If you love me, respect my boundaries and follow my rules, we're going to go ahead and ban you. Moving on to the next guest, River. Mary Jane with the $10 says, happy Pride. You're so resilient and doing amazing things. Well, I appreciate you for the $10. Happy Pride to all the LGBTQ plus folks tuning into the live stream. Octavia, thank you for the $10 as well. I'm sorry to hear that, Octavia. Thank you so much, though, for the love and support. Do you support Trump, River? Okay, River's just taking screenshots. They're not a Trump supporter, so we are going to go ahead and ban you. We're going to go ahead and ban you and move on to the next guest. We got Kaysen, guys. It is impossible for us to find a Trump supporter. Oh, my. Lois, thank you for the $10. She says, stay gold, pony boy. You were loved and needed. Thank you, Lois. And Alexis, thank you for the sports car. I appreciate you, Alexis and Lois. You guys are awesome. Hey, man, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
August 16, 2007.
Okay. Yeah, you are good at math. That works. I'm sorry. I'm having a brain fart. Listen, man, I'm going to thank a couple people. Then the mic and the floor will be yours. Megan, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Know that at any point your true followers will never judge you for stopping alive when you've just been traumatized, not hyperbole. That's what it was. Listen, thank you for the $20, Megan, and I will not be stopping my life because that's what they want. Thank you for the $20, Megan. That guy left the live because he was 17. We're going to go and retroactively ban him now. Listen, guys, the rules are in the middle of the phone screen. I don't know why it's so hard for y'all to follow them. And then Joseph, thank you for the $25, who says, take heart. There are still humans left in the world. Take a break if you need one. You've certainly earned it. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that indecency. Sending hugs. Thank you for the $25, Joseph. Listen, like I said, we will not be taking a break. We will not be ending the live stream because that is what they want, and that's what they will not get. That's what they will never get. Thank you for the $25. Please show some love to Joseph down below. Thank you so much, man. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not, but my mother does, and I want to know how to get a good argument against her.
I would recommend watching the live stream, going to leavingmaga.org, or when you are with your mother, getting her to actually come up onto the stream. I'd love to debate her for you. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Right now, guys, only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Kelsey with the $20 says, take a break if you need one. Well, I appreciate it, Kelsey. We're all good to go. Thank you so much for that love and support for the $20. And then same thing to you, Michael. Thank you for the $25, who says, the last couple guests have wrecked my day. I can never do what you do. Listen, man, you don't have to be able to do it. Like, no human should be able to, like, see and hear that and then just, like, move on. Like, Jesus, it's hard, man. Listen, I appreciate you for the love. Same thing to you, Stephanie. You're the last person to catch up with for now over on Vim. I appreciate you for the $15, who says, I have so much respect for you. Well, thank you, Stephanie. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of today's stream. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Guys, we're still looking for that next guest. We've been looking for a Trump supporter now for upwards of 20 minutes. I don't know what's going on, folks. I have no clue what's happening. No clue what's happening. Guys, still looking for that next guest. No clue what's going on today, guys. We are trying our hardest to get a Trump supporter up in the live. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $20, Sammy, who says, hey, Dean, always love your streams and always feel better about the state of the world when I hear you debate. Oh, I'm happy the live streams give you some hope. Thank you for the love, Sammy. Let's get 200 Sammy W's and then 500 Jose W's for the $50. Thank you, man. Jose with the 50 says, Dean, just hearing it affects me. You were actually talking to this monster. I cannot imagine the knots in your stomach right now. And yes, there can be no on the fence / seen both sides at this time in our dark history. Thank you for the $50, Jose. That was just disgusting. Honestly, for the messages affixed to the donations about what happened, I'm just going to keep them to myself, folks. I'm still going to read them. I just don't want to give like a constant reminder to all the viewers. But I will still absolutely shout y'all out. And thank you for the love, because I do appreciate it. Genuinely, so much. Hey, welcome in, Salvador. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, what month?
December.
Okay. I still have quite a few people to thank, but I'm going to pass you the mic to the floor for now, just to tell us why you support Trump, and I'll thank them intermittently during the conversation.
I like what he's doing with the border. And honestly, I just haven't had a real reason to stop supporting him as president.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. We've been live for 2 hours and 11 minutes. Every conversation has been about border. Listen, do you know the main reason why people voted for Trump?
Why?
It was about the economy. And you said that you had never heard like a good reason to stop supporting him. Well, I'm going to make the reason for you to stop supporting him about the main reason why people voted for him. The economy. It is in turmoil right now. Largest monthly increase in the price of gas since Vietnam. Highest monthly increase in the price of groceries in 4 years. We added less jobs to the economy in 2025 under Trump than we did in 2024 under Biden. Significantly less. 170,000 compared to 2.2 million. Okay, the prices of everything is skyrocketing. I mean, when was the last time you got gas? It's terrible. Right? Clearly, this is why you should stop supporting Trump.
Well, there's two sides to the coin, right? I mean, y'all said blue no matter who, and the hateful, delusional feminist chose a bear, right? And the anti-men rhetoric.
Wait, can you please repeat that? You just kind of like
handed Trump the win.
You just kind of like rap God it over all of that. Can you please repeat that, but a little slower?
No, my point is that I really think the blues are the cultists, right?
And that's why you can't respond to the massive reason why you shouldn't support Trump, i.e. the economy being in turmoil. I get it. You like to project.
I'm projecting. I'm not really projecting, honestly. Like,
yeah, sure you are. I gave you an argument why you shouldn't support Trump after you said you can't find any reasons why you should stop supporting Trump, and then you ignore the argument I gave you insofar as why you should stop supporting Trump just to call me a cult member. Like, clearly you're projecting.
No, I mean inflation was down when it was under Biden, so stock market's booming.
Yeah, so the inflation was down when it was under Biden. You're right. The last year of his presidency was 3%. No. Right now, the inflation is 3.8%. It's up by almost 1%. Then you said the stock
What about
market
in
is booming.
2020? It was
The
at
S&P
9%.
500, 2020 was under Trump's admin.
I mean,
Holy.
2022.
Holy.
2022.
Yeah, in June of 2022, we had a 9% high level of inflation, not caused by the Biden-Harris administration, but caused by the
Please don't
pandemic.
crash out on me, okay?
Can you explain to me how I'm crashing out by just
you're on the
describing the factual claim that the
I can tell
inflation
you're on
we
the-
saw in 2022 is not caused by Biden, but rather caused by the pandemic?
I can tell you're on the verge of crashing, but that's
I think
okay,
that this is
because
another projection.
It's not a projection. Well,
I think
what
it
happened-
is. Because
what
I'm
was the
clearly not
inflation rate
crashing
in
out.
2022. What was the inflation rate in 2022?
Well, I mean, if you were listening to me, you would have heard me say that we had a 9% high in June.
Exactly.
Well, that's
Sound
not
like
an
like
exactly gotcha moment because it
3%.
wasn't caused by Biden. It was caused by the
Was it
pandemic.
caused by COVID?
Yes.
Nothing's inherently caused by COVID. It's the steps that we take to deal with COVID.
Okay.
understand
So are
what
you
I
saying
mean.
that Biden didn't deal with COVID well?
No, he did.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So if he dealt with COVID well, if you want to critique his response, then you're not going to critique and blame the 9% high level of inflation on him. That's some bullshit.
Well, you always say there's not a macroeconomic data point that's better today than it was under Biden.
Which is
but-
true. Right? There's not a
how's
macroeconomic
the
indicator that's
inflation
better
rate
today
now
than it was a
changing?
year and a half ago under Biden, because a year and a half ago inflation was 3%. Today it's 3.8.
Okay, and I'm not going to contest your claim. Like, I'm here to learn. I still think he'd be better than Kamala.
Kamala is
Right,
how you
wait.
pronounce her name.
Kamala.
No, it's pronounced Kamala. I understand
Alright.
that a lot of Trump supporters aren't that smart and can't pronounce words. So if just try your best, and if you can't, you could also just call her Harris.
All right, sorry. Kamala.
Oh, no, once again, it's Kamala. Say comma,
Comma?
and then say la.
La.
Do you think that you're smart enough to add those two things together?
I don't know, dude. Say Trump.
Trump.
Good boy.
Good boy. Thank you. Yep. Playing the script. Love it.
Really
so
good
say
boy.
Kamala.
Miss Harris.
Okay, that's fine. You could call her Miss Harris.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd still be better than Miss Harris.
Okay. Why?
The blue side is, I mean, y'all were like blue no matter who, right? And she didn't really have the experience to be president.
So if you
I
were
think Trump
18 in
had-
2016, would you voted for Trump or Clinton?
Probably Clinton. Trump had no experience prior to that, so. You know,
So who'd
I'm
make
just
a better president, Clinton or Harris?
Clinton or Harris?
Yeah.
I don't really know Clinton's policy.
I
that
think.
much.
Oh, you don't know her policy. Yeah, exactly. So the
But I
policy
know-
that Harris ran on was much better. Also, Harris wasn't like a rapist. Harris hadn't boasted about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to perv on them, exploit them. Harris's name isn't in the Epstein files over 1 million times. Harris wasn't credibly accused by a minor in the E-files.
Yeah, man,
Harris didn't like call for the termination of the Constitution like Trump.
Yeah, man.
Like Harris
I don't
didn't
agree with-
start like
I
a
don't
war
agree-
of choice like Trump.
This is not a war. We're in a conflict.
Okay, so Trump says it's a war. I thought that we were just supposed to trust the all-knowing Cheeto.
No. This is a
So
conflict.
Trump is wrong. So our president wrongly thinks that we're in a war. Well, I couldn't think of a better reason to not support them. If our president wrongly thinks that we are in a war when we're not, that motherfucker is so delusional. We need to keep him far and away from the Oval.
No, I mean,
In fact, let's just like impeach his whole administration, because this whole admin is screaming war, 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 war. Meanwhile, apparently, according to you, we're not in a war. They're nuts. Oh my God. How dangerous is that? Having an administration that thinks we're in a war, treating it like a war, dropping bombs, killing kids, whatnot, and so on and so forth, when in all reality, we aren't.
I mean, hey, colloquially, right? I have no problem with it, but you know,
Oh,
war
okay.
looks better on papers. No, but we're legally not in a war.
Oh,
We're in a
okay.
conflict.
Oh, yeah. Well, legally, we haven't been in a war since since World War II. That word is
Yeah.
one that we use colloquially.
Hmm?
Legally, we haven't been in a war since World War II. That word is one that we use colloquially.
Yeah.
Perfect. So we are in a war, using the colloquial usage of the
No,
term.
no, not legally. Not
Okay, so the
legally.
Vietnam. Okay. Well, was the Vietnam War a war?
No, legally speaking, it was a conflict.
Okay, so everybody who calls the Vietnam War is wrong.
No, because I don't know. Because again.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, this seems to be contradictory because you're saying it's simultaneally true and false that the Vietnam War is a war. Because it's not a war, but the people who call it a war aren't wrong. Okay. Listen, I'm just saying that the Iran War is a war in the same way that the Vietnam War is a war. I'm saying that the Iran War is a war in the same way that the Korean War is a war. I'm saying that the Iran War is a war in the same that the Afghanistan War is a war. Yeah, and if you're just saying that all these things are wars, well, then you're just saying that every president has been wrong about war since World War II. When in all reality, the solution here is, well, we actually have a distinction between what the Constitution labels as a war, i.e. a declaration from Congress, okay, and what we refer to as a war, i.e. large-scale direct military intervention. So,
yeah, like
right,
I'm not gonna
but like the meaningful thing there would be the large-scale military intervention, not the declaration on a piece of paper from a group of 500 people, right? So that's why it's still acceptable to call it a war, because the whole like large-scale military intervention thing is happening, even though it doesn't say so on a piece of paper from Congress.
Do we have boots on the ground?
Yeah, we have had boots on the ground to overtake, like, for instance, some of their oil tankers that were about to dock in the Iranian coast. But for the most part, we're just using missiles and bombs from drones and planes.
Okay. You know, that's completely fine. I mean, but no matter what you say, we are legally not in a war, but I'm fine with...
right, but that doesn't matter, right?
I mean, it does matter.
No, it doesn't, because it's not what words say on a piece of paper, but it's the direct military involvement that's killing people. like when people say war's bad, they're not saying words on a piece of paper from Congress are bad. No, they're saying that, like, killing people is bad. Can we agree?
Yeah.
So,
no,
like, all the things that, like, make a war bad are happening. So then this, like, dispute on the words in which we used to refer to it is very trivial, arbitrary, and meaningless. Because, like, the substance, okay, of people dying and global disruptions in supply chains, higher prices for everyone, is happening. And it's the substance that matters.
But that's also, like, what's the problem with calling it a conflict? What's the difference between... What's the jump between conflict and war?
Because it downplays what's happening. Because when you suggest that it's a conflict, well, you're suggesting that maybe it's, like, different from what we did in Afghanistan or what we did in Vietnam. And it's so much different to the extent where you're going to call it something else than what you called the Vietnam War or the Afghanistan War. And that's meaningful, because guess what? The substance of what makes war a bad thing is still happening today in Iran. So, like, can you, like, stop being an annoying, like, little guy and stop focusing on arbitrary, trivial, semantic disputes that ultimately don't matter because you've already agreed that what makes war bad is happening in Iran? Like, this is so fucking annoying.
I'm a little guy. You're like 5'4".
I'm not calling you, well, hey, I'm not 5'4". You got to lie about my height to try to get one over on me. That's cute.
My bad. 5'5", my bad.
Oh, you got to lie about my height to get one over on me. That's cute. 5'9".
How tall are you?
5'9". How tall are you?
I'm like 6'1", buddy. Congratulations.
So congratulations, you could touch the top of a door frame, but you couldn't pass a 3rd grade math test.
18.
Congratulations! You could touch the fucking ceiling on the bus on the way to school, but I don't know what. You can't realize that it's maybe a bad thing to make a criminal president. Congratulations, you could jump and touch the ceiling in your bedroom, but you can't realize that it's a bad thing when the average American is being royally fucked over from all angles. Wow, yeah, congrats, buddy. I'm happy that you got something going for you. Until you realize that it doesn't matter if you're 6'1" when you lack a brain. Guess what? People still don't want you.
Yeah. I think it's more embarrassing that you get towered over by an 18-year-old, but that's besides the point.
You know what I think is more embarrassing?
What?
Chirping behind an anonymous profile picture on TikTok. Go ahead, turn your camera on. If you could talk about the way that I look and my physicalities, I get to talk about you.
I wish, dude. I don't have camera access.
Oh, okay. You know, but you know what's even more embarrassing than having an 18-year-old that's taller than me? But by the way, that's not embarrassing at all. Yeah, sure, you got 3 inches on me, but I don't know. I have one brain on you, right? The implication there is that you don't have one. But more so, the fact that you support the downfall of our country. It is so hypocritical and so embarrassing for you to sit here and suggest that Donald Trump isn't doing anything wrong and you're the patriot and I'm the cult member. Meanwhile, you're supporting a guy who's completely destroyed the country. We're seeing an attack on the rule of law. We're seeing dead Americans getting executed by ICE agents in broad daylight, then that being defended by the Trump administration. Okay. We're watching children starve. 1 out of 5 children are starving in West Virginia. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is defunding food stamps, taking them away from 3 million people, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every single year via lack of access to service. We see an attack and assault on our Constitution. We see that our president is calling for the execution of his political dissenters in Congress, basically. And then when I describe to you all of these genuine good reasons to stop supporting this idiot, all that you have to say is, it's not a war, it's a conflict, and Dean, you're 5'5". Like, it's embarrassing for you. It's embarrassing for the right. It's embarrassing for the country. Genuinely, dude. Over the course of the last hour on this stream, all that I've seen are Trump supporters saying that rape's not wrong. Now I'm a pedophile. Here's my penis, children. Trump supporters saying dead inward baby, then showing a picture of a macheted to death black newborn. And now you sitting up here saying, Dean, I don't care of any of the reasons that you can share with me why Donald Trump is a bad president. I don't care about the whole rape thing. I don't care about the assault on our democracy, the calls for the execution, the wars of choice in the Middle East, which are hurting us and them. Because I think in my brain you're 5'5", I'm just going to laugh it off and continue to support the downfall of the nation. That's why there is such a divide between the right and the left, because the left has their fucking priorities straight. Meanwhile, the right has emotional 18-year-olds, pedophiles, and rapists. It's insanity. It's like, can you sit here and give a genuine counter position to any of the arguments that I've made to describe why Trump is a bad president? Can you? Genuinely?
Well, I can definitely try. And man, for the record, no, I don't agree with any of the rapist stuff, right? I support him as a president. He's a shitty man, and I don't support any other MAGA coming up here and doing all that. That's fucked up. But
okay, so it's fine to give rapists the most powerful positions available to any human alive, right? There's no issue with that, because there's no issue with Trump being president, from your view, right?
Well, I mean, he wasn't really charged with rape, though.
So he was absolutely found guilty of rape.
It was found liable for sexual abuse.
Right.
And no,
what was the action that they determined he did? Right. They called it sexual abuse, but what was the action?
Digitally penetrating her vagina.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that a man forcefully inserting his fingers into a woman's vagina without consent, quote unquote, is not really rape.
Well, no, this is where we go back to the colloquial sense, right? I'm fine with calling it that, but you can't really call him a
No.
rapist.
I want to clarify. There's not two senses of rape. There's only one sense of rape. Okay? The unconsensual penetration of an organ. That's rape. That's the only sense of rape. All right? And we say that there's other senses, like legal senses, right? Not to say that there's literally other senses of rape, but just to say that some legal bodies define it incorrectly. Like, can we agree that there's only one sense of rape? Unconsensual sex?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as sex, but yeah, I'd agree.
Okay, so there's no more than one sense of rape. And the legal bodies that defined rape to just be penile penetration were wrong.
Wait, so was
it was a poor judgment.
Wait, hold on. Was he charged with sexual abuse? He was found liable for sexual abuse, I thought.
Yeah, and that sexual abuse is rape. Okay, once again, the reason why they didn't put like rape on paper is because it was like penile rape that they said no to. Okay, and they should have said no to penile rape because she didn't prove penile rape. She proved finger rape.
Well, here's something I need to figure out. Why on the dress does she claim it was DNA if he penetrated her with his fingers? How does that work?
Because she testified that he also had his penis out, but just penetrated her with his fingers, not the penis.
So he ejaculated onto it?
I mean, there's also something called pre-cum, so we don't know. Yeah. Either one. But I mean, both explanations are feasible.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't.
It could also be spit, by the way.
Hey, if that's viable after 20-something years, then I guess so. I honestly have a little bit of doubt to the court case, considering on how long it was before she came to charge him. But I still accept the
She didn't
outcome.
kick. Wait, she didn't kick the case off. Trump did. But you said that you still accept the outcome. Okay. Would you still support Trump as president if you knew he had raped a child?
If I knew?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So if Trump was a child rapist, you wouldn't support him. But if Trump was an adult rapist, which he is and which you accept, you would support him. So what is the relevant difference between child rape and adult rape? That means you'll support him if he's an adult rapist, but you won't support him if he's a child rapist.
Yeah, I guess you make a good point. I guess there's not really the difference, but it's kind of like one's worse than the other. And yeah, I just think the amount of good he's doing for the country.
Okay, well, assuming that he'd be doing the same amount of good for the country if he was a child rapist, would you still support him?
No.
So why support him in one scenario but not the other?
You make a good point. I guess it's because, I mean, it's obviously worse to rape a child than to digitally insert your fingers into
Then rape an
somebody.
adult? So you're saying that raping adults just isn't bad enough?
No, they're both bad, but would you agree that raping a child is worse?
Well, I don't think that it'd be worse within any relevant sense to this conversation. Like
Okay,
this is like comparing the Holocaust to like, I don't know, the Holocaust 2.0. Like hello? Like why are we scaling?
Okay, now you make
So
a good
I
point.
just want to like
They're
clarify.
both as bad.
Okay, so they're both like so bad. Making a comparison of the wrongness of one to the other is kind of nuts. So
Yeah,
okay, if you
that's-
accept
no,
this
yeah.
and you get my point here, well then I think that there's only two options for you on the table. Either you don't support Trump because he's an adult rapist, or you would support Trump if he was a child rapist. Which one is it?
I guess I wouldn't support him as a person if he was an adult rapist. But
So the
before
answer, but that wasn't one of the two options. Okay, the two options once again are either you don't support Trump as president because he's an adult rapist, or you would support Trump as president if he was a child rapist. Which option are you going for? Now that you've agreed that you get the point that we can't really say that like one is worse than the other in any relevant sense, both rape, what option are you going with?
I'll go with the option that is it's both wrong, right, to rape an adult and a minor. But as a person, right, I still support him as president.
So you're going with the option that if he was a child rapist, you'd still support him as a president.
Well, I'm talking about as his like sense of being president, not as what he does.
I just want to clarify. Are you saying that if he had raped children, you would still support him as president?
No.
So then you're going with the option that you will no longer support him as president today because he raped an adult.
Do you want to hear any of my points on why I think he's a good president?
I want you to tell me what option you're going with. Now that you've agreed that both child rape and adult rape are just as wrong within relevant senses because they're both rape, either you're going to sit here and say that you're going to stop supporting Trump as president because he raped an adult, because if he raped a kid, you'd stop supporting him as president, and you think those two things are equally comparable to one another. Or you'll say that you would not stop supporting Trump as president if he raped kids, because you wouldn't stop supporting him if he raped an adult, and those two things are equally comparable to one another. So which one is it?
I'll go with number one. Yeah, I'd rather not support him than support him as a child rapist. Still think he would have been better than Kamala as a president, but
So
yeah.
would he have been the better option compared to Harris if he was a child rapist?
Are you speaking as a president? I understand what you're trying to say.
Would he have been
I
a better
understand.
option to be president than Harris if he was a child rapist?
Well, no, child rape is despicable.
Okay. Oh, okay. So therefore, he is not a better option than Harris for president because he's an adult rapist.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah.
So not only, okay, does this entail, logically, that you're not a Trump supporter today, but also that Harris would have been better.
Yeah, see, I still don't know because...
Well, you do know. Because you've already accepted. You've already accepted that child rape and adult rape are both comparably wrong within all relevant senses.
Within some relevant sense, you would agree that raping a child is worse than an adult, right?
I would agree that, I don't know, raping 1,000 people is worse than raping 999 people. But why does it have to be said? Right? Like, that seems completely irrespective and irrelevant to, like, the fact that regardless if you rape 1,000 people or 999 people, you are still doing something that is very, 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 very bad.
Well, when you try and call it, comparable.
Right? Like, I don't think that child rape is worse than raping an adult in any relevant sense to, well, should they be the president? Yeah, right? Like, it's just so crazy, right, that it seems like now the right is arguing that we just need to completely downplay the wrongness of raping women because Trump has raped a woman.
No.
Like, knowing damn well that you would do the same thing if he had raped a child but not a woman. Then you just start downplaying the wrongness of child rape.
I'm not trying to downplay the wrongness of EGK at all. Like, I don't know if that's the vibe I'm giving out, but...
No, you absolutely are. Like, where were these conversations? Where were these conversations before 2023? Could you point me towards one conversation before 2023 where millions of people on either side of the political aisle were arguing that it's like significantly worse to rape a kid than it is an adult, and this is why it's okay to have people who rape adults be in public office? Point me towards one conversation of that kind that unfolded prior to 2023.
I guess I can't point to one.
Because that conversation only started in 2023 when Trump was found guilty of raping an adult. When Donald Trump was found guilty of raping an adult, then raping an adult became less bad, became permissible, became allowable, became acceptable. Do you think that all rapists should be in jail?
Yeah.
Do you think if you should be in jail, then you shouldn't be in the Oval Office?
Well, that's why he's not in jail right now, right?
I just want to know, do you think if a person should be in jail for life, then they probably shouldn't be president?
Yeah, I understand your point.
This means that you think Donald Trump probably shouldn't be president.
I mean, like I said, he's disgusting, I'm
going to take that as a concession and move on. I just got some great news, everybody, and I'm very excited to share it with you right now. So the original timeline for the 1v20 that I filmed on Jubilee the day before yesterday was that it would be posted publicly on July 19th. So like nearly 2 months from now. But like literally less than a minute ago, I got the text. It's been confirmed. It's now coming out on June 21st. Nearly a month before it was originally slated to. Now that could still change. It could still change, but it probably won't. Right? Like there was another video originally slated to air on Jubilee's channel on June 21st, and then they changed when it. So it's possible that it'll change, but unlikely. By the way, for everybody who's tuning in, if you didn't hear that, if you didn't hear me talking about this last night, I was running like a really like weirdly timed live. I'll just repeat it now. I filmed another 1v20 on Jubilee. It was super exciting. And you'll be able to watch that publicly on their channel here in 2 weeks. And we'll be dropping some teasers for it starting in like Yeah, like 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now, we'll probably start dropping teasers for that. Welcome into eSport Trump. Nope, they left. Guys, only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on that other place, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure that you double check your spelling. We're going to get that next guest, Michael, connected to the stream. Over on Venmo, Katie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Katie down below. Jessica, thank you for the $10, who says, when people say that they'll support Trump as president, but not as a person, is that a valid distinction? Can we really separate his job from his personal deeds? Sometimes we can, which is why they make the argument. All right. Sometimes we can. Sometimes like we could say that there are like things that presidents have done, right, that wouldn't make us support them as a person, but like would be ultimately like irrelevant to their presidency. Right. Like cheating, for instance. Like I wouldn't support somebody as a person if they were to cheat. But, like, I don't think that if it were to be, like, uncovered that, like, Biden cheated on his wife 10 years ago, that then he should be, like, impeached from office today. You know what I mean? Right? But it definitely doesn't extend to things like rape. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yes. I'm actually on my friend's phone. He's gone, so he let me use his phone.
All right, man. Sounds good, man. Can you please disconnect Bluetooth?
Yes.
All right, while you do that, I'm just going to thank a couple people here real quick. Jennifer, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. That came in 12 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. You are so fucking kind. Jennifer with the $50 says, I don't know how you do it. Thank you for doing it every day. Keep up the great work. Keep making a difference. Jennifer, thank you so very much for the love and support. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm so very grateful for you. Please show some love to Jennifer in that chat. Same thing to Noel. Thank you for the $10, who says, please read. I'd like to shout out the fact that you use your resources and time to try to hold these people accountable, which in turn will save future potential victims. I definitely agree that if we can materially reduce the impact of rape culture today, it will save more people from being raped in the future, and I appreciate your words and the very, very, very kind donation. Ashley, Cameron, and Caroline, thank you guys for the $20 donations. Thank y'all so much. Let's get 200 Caroline, Cameron, and Ashley W's. Wow, holy crap. Thank you guys. Caroline with the 20 says, sending mama hugs to you, Dean. Your work is so important. Thank you so much, Caroline. Cameron with the 20 says, I don't know what happened, but thank you for everything and that you've helped me convince my mom that Donald Trump is a horrible, terrible president. You're the best. No way. That's awesome, Cameron. I'm so happy to hear that. And then Ashley with the 25 says, haven't seen your whole live yet, but wanted to check to see if you saw the 9th Circuit ruling on trans service members. A lot of details. It's not over yet, but they finally ruled. I will take a look at that literally as soon as I'm off stream. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is a huge, 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 huge ruling. And Kelly, holy fuck. This came in 33 minutes ago. Kelly, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. My God, Kelly, thank you. Kelly with a 100 says, thank you for taking action to hold these sickening MAGA monsters accountable. Sending so much love. Kelly, you are literally the fucking GOAT. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is so much goddamn money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. Let's get 1,000 Kelly W's. Over on PayPal, thank you so much for the love. Luis with a $2. Cassandra, thank you for the 1. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Alyssa, thank you for the $2. What's up, Jeannie? Astrid, thank you so much for the $5. JJ with the $5. And Gabby and Ryan. These are our last two people to thank on PayPal. What the fuck? Gabby and Ryan, thank you both so much for the $200 donations on PayPal. What the fuck? Dude. Oh my gosh. Yo. I'm speechless. That is insane. Listen, I accept y'all's donations with humility. I will never take them for granted. Thank you both for the astronomical levels of love. I just don't even understand why from your positions you think that's something that I'm deserving of in the first place, genuinely. Thank you so much, Gabby and Ryan. I want to see so much love to Gabby and Ryan in the chat. That's so fucking kind. Gabby with the $200 says, while no job is worth your mental health, we appreciate that you have a fight to be fought. But remember, your feelings are valid. Strength isn't about carrying burdens alone. We're here for you. And we stand beside you proudly on the correct side. Peace and love from Gabby. Gabby sent that earlier when we had those two like pedophile predators back to back. Thank you so much for the $200, Gabby. You've been supporting for a long time, and I'm just so grateful for you today, as I always have been. Thank you so much. Ryan with a $200 just says, here's a one-up, Dean. Stay strong. Ryan, you're the fucking goat. Gabby, you're the fucking goat. Y'all are the fucking goats. Holy moly, dude. We have 3 people to thank on Super Chat, then we'll pass this guy the mic. I thank you for your patience. V, thank you for the 70 Canadian dollars, who says, Canadian living in Alberta where MAGA is a cancer on the rise that has claimed my family and is pushing for separation from Canada. Appreciate all that you do. Oh my goodness, V. I wish you the best of luck. I feel so bad for all of like the rational, sane, non-MAGA people living in Alberta. I couldn't imagine what y'all go through on a daily basis. Thank you for the 70 Canadian dollars. Lord T, I appreciate you so much for the $10. And then Light with the $10 as well. I appreciate you guys. If you want to support this stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and Dean Withers without the Dean Withers. I sent Danny an invite to turn his mic back on. Danny, you should see a pop-up box in the middle of your phone screen. Take it away, my friend. Tell us why you support Trump.
I'm sorry. My name is John.
John.
Danny's my friend. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, can you hear me good?
Yeah. A little bit of background noise. If there happens to be anywhere that you could go that's a bit more quiet, love that. If not, no worries.
Okay. I'll try my best to make it as quiet as possible.
Okay.
But I do have a question. I am a Trump supporter, but what do you think about for example, like the illegals that have committed crimes as far as like rape or there was a time in California where a lot of Venezuelans illegals were like robbing houses, entering them, and just committing crimes. What would you say about that?
Yeah, sure. So the first point that I'll make here is for undocumented immigrants who commit super bad crimes like rape or murder in our jurisdiction, let's throw them in jail, okay? We have a moral duty and obligation to do so. If they commit them outside of our jurisdiction, meaning that we can't throw them in jail, let's deport their asses to the jurisdiction where they did commit the crime so they could be thrown in jail there. To your third claim, listen, man. A lot of people on the right like to lie about the violent proclivities of undocumented immigrants, when in all reality, the average American is more likely to commit violent crimes. They're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than the average U.S. citizen, and 4 times less likely to commit non-violent crimes than the average U.S. citizen. It's all bullshit.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? Okay.
And that's according to PNAS.
Yes. Okay.
It sounds like penis when I say it fast, but no, I'm saying PNAS.
No, you're good, man. I get it. Yeah, that was really my only concern. Like, I would say I'd support Trump in the sense that, as far as like his illegal immigration policies, but everything else is completely is bizarre.
Okay, but his immigration policy is terrible for us. What is one way that Trump's mass deportation has materially made America better, great again, over the course of the last year and a half?
Well, I mean, personally, I would say like less crowding. Everywhere I go, dude, it's packed with Hispanics. Like, don't get me wrong, I love them. Like, my friend is, my coworkers are all Hispanic, but just there's a certain few that they don't respect the law. They don't respect anything.
Okay, so this isn't even just like thinly veiled racism. It's just racism. And maybe you don't think that it's racism because it's honestly really normalized, but it's like no different than like walking into an area where there's a lot of black people and saying, oh, look at all these criminals. It's literally no different. So just because somebody is Hispanic doesn't mean that they're not an American. That's an insane suggestion. 55% of the Americans who live in Texas are Hispanic. All right? Now, the next claim. Once again, you're saying that they don't care about the law. Well, if they didn't care about the law, it wouldn't be 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit non-violent crimes. Unlike Trump, who has both committed violent crime and non-violent crimes, ranging from his rape to sexual abuse to 34 fraud felonies.
Okay. Well, I didn't know about those statistics. I'm sure you can. There's like some way you can back them up. Is there like anywhere I could probably just read about that?
Yeah, so if you go on Google and you type in "are undocumented immigrants less likely to commit crimes," Google will say yes. And then you'll see like pnas.org, like somewhere within your return search results. If you want to research Donald Trump's like violent crimes, rape, Just Google Trump v. E. Jean Carroll or Trump rape case. If you want to research his nonviolent crimes, it's 34 felonies. Just type Donald Trump 34 felonies into Google.
Alrighty, man. Well, that was my only thing. I do have one thing before I leave. Once again, I want to clarify for everybody that the person on the profile is not me. That's my friend. So I wouldn't want any hate on the account. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass him the phone back or see
Super
what he
fair.
wants to do.
Yeah, guys, if you've sent any hate to Danny's account, please go in and delete it because this is not Danny, it's his friend. You take care, okay?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You too.
Yeah, take care. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Yeah, guys, I mean, like, I don't know if, like, racism is, like, the right word to use because, like, Hispanic, that's an ethnicity, not a race. But I still use it anyways because everyone understands what I mean. It's very normalized against, like, Hispanic people. It is so normalized because Donald Trump has just been gearing his campaign based on this bigotry since day one. I hate it.
You're talking about Hispanics?
Damn, Jimmy. Yeah.
Dude, like, I'm reading here, I'm looking online here about you, Dean. Back when you were like, what, 13, 14, 15 years old, something about you claiming that you was an American Indian?
I mean, you'll read a lot of things online about me. I've never lied about who I am. Jimmy, do you support Trump?
Yeah, 100%. You already know this.
Okay.
You never answered my question, man. You never answered my question. Do you like llamas?
Do I like llamas?
Remember, that's where you kind of like kicked me off and da-da-da-da-da, but you never answered the question, you know? But yeah, I support Trump, man.
Okay. I see. Crazy. I feel like you're somebody I would remember. I don't remember you. Strange. So why do you support Trump, Jimmy, the worst president of your 75 years of life?
Oh, my God. He ain't the worst president, man. He actually has stern and has a backbone.
Oh, the backbone is like the last thing Trump would have.
No, he definitely has a backbone.
If he had a backbone, well, then he wouldn't be like destroying the country and compromising his apparent principles just for self-enrichment.
Factory, in all honesty.
We should turn Iran into a blast factory. So you think that we should
do a glass factory? Glass, you know, all that sand over there.
By nuking them?
Man, we should have took them out.
Okay, so you just want to like kill like millions of innocent people?
I mean, it's war.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I don't care what you call it. There's never a time where it's acceptable to kill millions of people. Like, listen to yourself, Jimmy. Like, you are no different. The only difference, like the only like difference between like you, well, the only listen, Jimmy, the only difference between you and a prospective serial killer. Listen,
after the first wave
Jimmy,
already took out the entire
Jimmy, listen,
naval front,
Jimmy, listen, Jimmy, listen,
defensive.
Jimmy,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Jimmy, listen. There's no like special.
Bruh, I can't believe that you said the N-word.
I'm not gonna win with this guy. Listen, there's no special authority.
Dude, you was saying the N-word when you was 14 years old?
Yeah, true. I was calling my white friends the N-word. It was bad. Listen, there's no special authority that government bodies have to kill people. Because there's no special authority that governments have, period. Right? Like, a lot of people are under, like, this false preconception that governments have, like, special authorities. That's not true, okay? I was a libertarian for a long time. At one point, I was, like, an anarcho-libertarian, which means I thought that we should, like, legitimately abolish the government, right? And I'm no longer a libertarian. But one thing that has stuck with me from being a libertarian is that there's just no good way to argue that the government has a special authority really to do anything. There's no right that this magical, mystical body can give themselves that like you or I don't have. So when you tell us that like you want this body, the government, to like nuke and kill millions of people, innocent people in Iran, all right, well, you're no different than like a prospective serial killer. Like, that's insane, Jimmy. Feel free to unmute. Jimmy's so stupid, he doesn't know how to unmute. Jimmy's been nuked, you guys. Jimmy has been nuked. Netanyahu said, Jimmy, not good enough. Goodbye. Goodbye, Jimmy. Not good enough. Oh, fuck. He's back.
All right, come on. Let's go. I had to tie my shoes, bro.
Okay.
Now I'm strapped in. We got the laces on. Let's go. Come on. Throw me something. All
right. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago? If you don't know what a macroeconomic indicator is, ask.
Can you say that a little slower?
What is one macroeconomic indicator that is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts.
Jimmy, go fucking take a shower. Watch some
Pop-Tart,
TV.
bro.
Have a drink. Calm down. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got our next guest. Yo, what? Why did our camera just go out? Hello? No signal? Oh, fuck. Oh, God, guys. Guys, you're going to be so mad at me. I forgot to, plug in my camera. Oh, whoopsie. Whoops, that's me. Listen, I need to run into my bedroom and grab a Type-C cable. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Terrible. I know. Sue me. I'm a mess. I know it. I'm a mess. What a blunder. Alright guys, I'm back. Give me a second. Just need to plug in the camera. Holy shit, what a blunder, honestly. Let's go ahead and get that turned back on. Beautiful. We're back. Hello, everyone. Battery exhausted. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, you guys. All right. That's fine. Listen, folks. We're back. I know that you can't see me because it says no signal. Listen, the issue is that I let it run without it being plugged in and then let it completely deplete the battery. But because of that, the issue that we are facing is now there's no way. Guess what I'm saying here? It needs to charge for like 5 minutes. So then it could get like the minimum battery reserve required. So then I could like turn it back on. Here's what we're going to do in the meantime. Here's what we're going to do in the meantime. Don't worry, guys. Here's what we're going to do in the meantime. Okay, here's an image that's working. Listen, TikTok's gonna see it. TikTok's gonna see it first, and then we'll. Oh my God! Why does it fit? Why does it work? That's crazy. Listen, then we'll throw it over on the other place. Well, dude, that's actually crazy. It works well. It works really well. That's so great. All right, this is what we're gonna be looking at for 10 minutes. Let's also go to get this up on the other place. Sorry, not 10 minutes, like 5 minutes. It'll be in no time. Okay, there's the okay. All right, this is what the stream's gonna look like for like the next 3 minutes or so. Then we'll be good to go. Then we're gonna go. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, at least 18 years of age. Just make sure that you are. Make sure that you are.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Man, are you a Trump supporter?
Are
you a Trump supporter? Sorry,
I said kinda.
Had to fit the vibe of the photo. Listen, if the election was held, can't stop. If the election was held tomorrow, between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
To be honest, I would just vote for like Playboy Cardi or something.
Get the fuck out of here. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. The views are going up. It's an anxiety band. Oh, God. You can just, dude. The craziest part is that this is a real screen grab. That's like the craziest part. Like, this isn't fake. Like, this is genuinely a real screenshot of me. That's so crazy. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to see if I could actually.
Oh God, I just put my hand on the microphone and everything, just like it shows in that screenshot. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. A couple more minutes here, then we're going to try to turn that camera back on. We should be good to go in a couple more minutes, folks. We'll be back too. Then we'll be back to, the usual running of the stream. All right, guys, on the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be MAGA, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Answer me! They're not here. They're a troll. I'm having too much fun. I think that my camera needs to die more often. Oh, all right. We got Rag. We got Rag connected to the live stream. Where'd Rag go? Couple more minutes. We'll try again, folks. Honestly, when we get that next Trump supporter connected, I'm just going to quickly thank a couple of the donors. Once we're done thanking the donors, we'll turn the camera back on and see if it has enough charge required to support a perpetual stream. As soon as we're able to get that next Trump supporter in here. So we'll be back by the time the next debate starts. Like my face in the live feed and whatnot. Once again, for everybody who's just now joining in.
Hello?
We have this on the background because my camera died. It should be good to go in like another couple minutes. I just need to give it like a little bit of a baseline charge. JJ, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20, sir.
20. All right, sounds good, man. Let me thank a couple people here. Emily, thank you for the $15. She says, my cackle was loud enough to startle my entire household when you put the rage still shot up. I needed that laugh. Thank you. Well, thank you, Emily, for the $15. Mary, thank you so very much for the $20 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you so very much for that love and support. Please show some love to Mary down below that chat, and thank you so much for the love and the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just read your message. I'm going to keep it to myself. Just know that you're awesome, as always. Anna with the $10 says, guest says it's quote-unquote mostly Mexican as an excuse to be racist to Latinos. Yep, absolutely, Anna. All right, thank you for the $5. Scarlett with the $10. He says, thank you so much for standing up to the crazy President Trump from Scar. Scar, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Scar in that chat. William, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. I'll take a look at that, William. Delaney, thank you for the 3. Then Arisa, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for being so informative. I try my best. Thank you so much for the love and support. Alexander with the 5 says, happy Pride, everybody. Clayton, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, yelling at that last guest who was like, why are you okay with adult rape? Literally in all caps says, why are they arguing child versus adult? It's the damn presidency, not some random in criminal court, right? Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Cody, for the $34, who says, thank you for everything that you do for survivors. I'm so sick of the why did she wait 23 years bullshit. I was raped by my best friend's husband 15 years ago. I never told a soul. I couldn't be responsible for tearing apart a family. Please, people have their reasons. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cody. So many people never tell a soul, and the reason why is in part because of these motherfuckers who, when they do tell a soul, then doubt them and attempt to ruin their life. Cody, thank you for the $33. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. Please show some love to Cody in that chat. Same thing to Peas. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Peas. Same thing to you, Erica. Thank you for the 22 euros. Who says thank you, Erica from the Netherlands. Well, thank you, Erica, and shout out to the Netherlands. I'd love to visit in the Netherlands one day. They have one last one for now. Thank you so much. I Wet My Pants, guys. What a name for the $20. Who says, no lie, my battery's also exhausted. Much love to you, Dean. Well, I appreciate you so much for the 22 euros. And then Gay Uncles, thank you so much for the $50. Who says, thank you from the Gay Uncles. You are the voice of the future. We appreciate all that you do for your generation beyond. Dude, I know that you guys have been watching for a while. I'm so very grateful for you guys. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Huge shout out to the Gay Uncles down below. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's get 500 Gay Uncles. We are all caught up. I'm going to try to turn my camera back on. Let's see if it's still exhausted. Let's see if we're good. Let's see if we're good. I think that we are. Perfect. Okay. This picture may come back, given that it needs to, because the camera dies again. I don't think it should die. So I think that we're good to go. I guess we're done with our little brief intermission of Raging Dean. JJ, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I still support him because I think he represents a great combination of many things, such as strength, a great hard work ethic, and great leadership as well, sir.
Okay, I don't think that he represents strength. I mean, usually like con men don't. Usually very slimy, and they represent traits other than strength. Great leadership. Well, I mean, I think that he's leaded our country into the ground. The economy is significantly worse off today than it was a year and a half ago. He's failing the average American, and he says that he doesn't care. What was the second thing that you said?
I think he represents great leadership.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that great leadership is honest, virtuous, and strong. I don't think that he is honest, virtuous, or strong. He told the largest lie that any president has ever told with the denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. He's certainly not virtuous. He's been attacking our Constitution, calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, and he's certainly not strong. And I think that, honestly, him calling for the execution of his political opponents proves it. He's so weak that he can't stand to hear a Democrat say that maybe he's doing something bad, so much so that he wants them to die.
Well, do you personally think that he represents like great hard work and strength in a way how he finished all the executive orders like at a really fast rate compared to most presidents? And
I don't think that 1 billion executive orders will ever make me support a president unless they're doing good things. Okay, and like clearly they're not, because our country's in just a significantly worse position today than it was before he took office.
And would you personally think that he represents great leadership by settling 8 wars and meeting with many foreign leaders and trying to get them to settle peace with each other, like constantly pushing on Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky to make a peace deal, and yet they're very stubborn?
Well, I mean, he said that he was going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. The Democrats said that we're going to just continue to support Ukraine because that's the best game plan. He said we're actually going to stop supporting Ukraine. Reality said it's now been a year and a half into his term, and he still hasn't been able to end that war, so he lied or failed, you name it. And he said that he had a weak, terrible position on Russia and Ukraine, so much so that he actually conceded to what the Democrats want. So the Democrats have always said that we just need to continue to stand behind Ukraine, give them funding, and support them. Donald Trump said we need to take it away, so he got into office and he did take it away. He realized that that didn't work, so then he started funding them again like the Democrats wanted. So, I mean, actually, I think that that was a great demonstration of his incompetence, so much so that even he ended up recognizing that Harris and the rest of the Democrats were in the right.
Well, would you say the Biden administration handled that war better than the Trump administration?
Yeah, of course. So much so because the Trump administration has now conceded to doing what Biden did.
Well, I personally feel like the Biden administration was responsible for it, with like them trying to join NATO and then them almost allowing it, and then that's why Russia started.
Ukraine joining NATO, it would prevent Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Like, think about it this way. Why does Russia not want Ukraine to join NATO?
Because President Putin doesn't want like that crazy, that like NATO's a really strong system, and I don't think Russian president would want that like behind his ear. Not my best analogy, like behind his back or whatever. Like,
so then why didn't he invade Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, all countries that border Russia that join NATO? Well, the reason why he didn't invade them is because he could only invade them if they don't join NATO. Putin doesn't and did not want Ukraine to join NATO because if they did join NATO, then he wouldn't be able to invade them without starting World War III. Okay? So the push that we saw from Biden and Harris for Ukraine to join NATO was the obviously right thing to do. In fact, if everybody else agreed with them, we wouldn't have the Russian-Ukrainian war today.
So you're saying the idea of how Ukraine joined NATO is what started that war is false?
Yeah. What started the war was, of course, Putin and his self-interests with claiming the country, but also the people in America and the other allied countries in NATO that didn't want Ukraine to join, right? And Donald Trump, in part, is responsible for starting the war because he said, no, they can't join NATO. We can't do it. That's a super bad idea. Okay, that's what Putin wanted. That's what started the war.
So you believe that it's completely Russia's fault and that they just want to annex the whole land because they think that they're basically Russians?
Yeah, no fucking shit. It's Russia's fault for doing something. They did it. Listen, if I do something, if I get in my car, that's completely my fault because I'm the one that got in my car. Okay? If I kill somebody, it's completely my fault because I'm the one that killed somebody. If Russia invades Ukraine, it's completely Russia's fault because they're the body that did the invading.
What about their claims saying that they would have attacked them if they didn't invade? Do you think those are all lies and that's just an excuse for them to hit them first?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what the Nazis said about the Netherlands, about Poland. So, per the Nuremberg trials, preemptive strikes don't exist. But I mean, if you want to believe Russia's argument, it makes you a Nazi.
I mean, I personally don't believe either sides, but can you at least give a little credit to Trump for constantly trying to push both sides to sit down with each other and make a deal regarding
because
all of their
defunding
hate
Ukraine
for
didn't
each other?
push an end to the war. It just pushed Russia to be stronger. No, why would I give Trump any credit for that? Why would I give Trump credit for being one of the largest global leaders, leading the charge behind the push to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO prior to 2022? If it wasn't for him and other world leaders and other people that wanted to prevent that, then this war never would have unfolded. No credit to Trump, zero.
So you don't think how he is on phone calls with both of them every other month, and how he's had meetings with them in person and
clearly they haven't worked.
Hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you have to recognize that he's either a liar or a failure on the subject because he said that he could end it on day one. It didn't end on day one. He either lied about it or he failed at achieving it. Why would I give him credit for lying or failing?
Well, I guess I was just asking since Biden barely ever talked to either leaders. Trump.
And how do you know that?
Well, Biden only talked to President Putin a few times, I believe, and Zelensky.
And how do you know that?
Wants it. During when he was presidency.
Yeah, you're talking about public communications, right?
Yes.
Not all back channel comms between countries are public. In fact, vast majority of them aren't. Right? Donald Trump just chooses to make a spectacle out of it. So then we have suckers like you saying, oh, look at him go. He's awesome. It could just completely neglect all the shortcomings, like the fact that there isn't a single macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago. Our country's in a significantly worse position. Is attacks and assaults on the law and rule of order, or is failure at foreign policy, like the fact that we're now in a worse position with Iran today than we were 10 years ago because of him pulling out of the JCPOA.
Well, I personally don't think Trump is responsible with the Iran war. I think that's all Benjamin Netanyahu's plan. Last year when, Trump was literally telling Netanyahu, no, we do not want to attack Iran, and then he ended up doing it anyway because he started it first. But going back to the Russia-Ukraine war...
No, I think that it's both Netanyahu and Trump's faults, undoubtedly. Okay, because who's the one that pulled us out of the JCPOA that if we were still in it today would have prevented this war?
I'm sorry, sir?
Who's the one that pulled us out of the JCPOA, right, that if we were still in it today would have prevented this war?
I'm not entirely sure. Was it Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. But I still but going back to the Russia-Ukraine war...
I just want to know why you think that Trump is a good president. What is one domestic win that he's given us in the last year and a half?
Well, I do admire how he's against wars and stuff, how he campaigned on no new wars, and he just wants to prevent death and stuff like that.
Is this a joke?
Yeah. Well, no, of course not. Okay, when you say Trump is a liar, when he's being honest and
what is one
saying
domestic
how...
win that Donald Trump has gotten us over the last year? Your response is, well, I like how he's anti-war.
Well, India and Pakistan, he did settle that war.
I just want you to tell me one domestic win that he's given us in the last year and a half. Do you know what domestic means?
What does domestic mean?
Inside of the U.S.
I guess personal win is, I just feel like he unites all the Republicans and tries to make us as citizens feel stronger.
He unites Republicans? No, he's the most divisive president ever, not just for red versus blue, but also internally with red. I mean, he posted a picture on his Truth Social of him with a gun saying rhinos, Republicans in name only. Then he calls any Republican that doesn't support him or 100% of his agenda a rhino. Then he gets him kicked out of office, like MTG, Thomas Massey. And if he doesn't get them kicked out of office because he knows he can't, then he just kills their projects like Lauren Boebert and Clean Water Bill. He's not only divisive, once again, for right versus left, but also internally with the Republicans. He completely ostracizes anybody within the GOP that does not agree with 100% of his agenda. Like Thomas Massey voted with MAGA 92% of the time, and the 8% that he didn't was about war and pedophilia. But he still got ostracized and kicked to the curb, with Donald Trump then labeling him the worst congressman in history. He does not unite the right.
Okay, well, do you think, like, he personally,
I just want, okay, so what's one domestic win? What's one good thing that he's done for America over the course of the last year and a half? What is your favorite Trump policy? How about that? Favorite Trump policy? Favorite Trump domestic policy?
I would say possibly representing hard work.
Okay, that's not a policy, sir. A policy is a bill passed through Congress or an EO signed into law.
I guess preventing a lot of crime from entering the country with the ICE system.
So that's also not a policy. Once again, a policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law or an executive order ordered into effect.
I guess burning the American flag results in a year in jail, because I personally think that burning the American flag incites riots and is a huge insult on the country and its people.
Trump incites riots. Should Trump go to jail?
No, I personally think he
Okay, so like, okay, things shouldn't be illegal just because they quote unquote incite riots. But burning the American flag is explicitly protected by the First Amendment. Texas v. Johnson was a SCOTUS court case from 1979. Okay, and it ruled that it is protected speech under freedom of speech, more specifically symbolic speech. But like also, note how like the only domestic win or the best domestic win you think that we've received in the last year and a half isn't like wages going up because they're going down. Isn't employment going up because it's going down? Isn't jobs going up because they're going down? Is it inflation going down because it's going up? Is it investment going up because it's going down? It's like an EO, like throwing people in jail for First Amendment protected behaviors. Like, come on.
I personally believe that the economy has gotten better with him as president, and it was worse with the Biden administration.
Now that's a claim. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago at the end of Biden's term?
I would possibly believe like businesses such as houses, cars.
Houses and cars are not. So macroeconomic indicators are things like GDP growth, real median wages, inflation, unemployment, investment.
I would think all those things have gone up to make the country better, and they were in better places with Trump as president rather than the Biden administration.
Okay, so what's better? Inflation being at 3% or inflation being at 3.8%?
Wasn't it lower with the Biden administration?
Yeah, it was lower, and that's a good thing. Right? So what's better?
No, I mean...
adding 170,000 jobs to the economy in 1 year or adding 2.2 million jobs to the economy in 1 year? Which one is better?
2.2 million, I guess.
And it's how many jobs that we added under Biden in 2024, and 170,000 is how many jobs we added under Trump in 2025. So you're saying like all these macroeconomic indicators got better under Trump? No, in fact, they all got worse. Every single one of them.
I thought it was way less under the Biden administration.
Jobs?
Yeah.
No. In fact, they're the best four-year administration that we've seen for jobs in the history of America. But I don't say that because a lot of the jobs were bounced back from the pandemic. But like, there's no way to say that they were bad for jobs. Like genuinely, they were nuts for jobs. Looking at that bounce back from the pandemic, all right? But, I don't make that claim because that's unfair. We can't attribute that to Biden. So why do you think that we added less jobs to the economy in Biden in 2024 when Trump's Bureau of Labor Statistics says otherwise?
Well, just as like living as a U.S. citizen and meeting people on a daily basis and rich people as well, I feel like they've gotten a lot more wealthier under the Trump administration.
Okay, I'm kind of done.
The Biden
Just
administration.
go take a nap, bro. Go take a nap. That guy needs to take a nap. That guy was starting to make me sleepy. Holy. Hey, listen, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place, and the @'s right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. It's a really good way to support me, and it's also a really good way to ask a question or to get a message across. Like Haley, Halie, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you, Haley. Please show some love to Haley down below in that comment section. And another Haley over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love and support. Who says, thought I'd give this to you to help you pay for that electric bill. It got a little dark in your room for a minute. You can't let the Trump supporters know that the grift isn't grifting. Yo, listen, on a real note, my electrical bill is absurd. Because, you know, like obviously I have good lighting in my studio. It's because of like 2 like big old studio lights. And I run them for like 6 hours every day. The energy consumption from these 2 goddamn lights is sky high. Oh God. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Larry? Larry's not here. Moving on to the next guest. I think it's time for our monthly checkup on Isabella to see if she's still MAGA. I see that she's in the queue. We'll do that. We'll do that now. Isabella, do you still support Trump? Isabella!
Dean!
Do you still support Trump?
I do!
Oh God, Isabella, 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh, you know what? Bro, didn't you see the UFC? Hello?
You support him because of the UFC and the White House alone?
Okay, well that's just like one reason, obviously.
I'm sorry, I don't think that that's a reason at all. If you want entertainment...
What do you mean? Who else has gotten the UFC up in there?
Yeah, literally no one, because the other presidents were presidential, not fucking clown shows.
Okay, that's not a clown show. Like, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's a clown show.
It's fine if you like the UFC. It's definitely not a clown show to everybody, but that interest is just completely detached and far and away from politics. Right?
Okay, but it's happening at the White House, so obviously...
This isn't like Rome, right? Like, we don't do, like, state-endorsed, like, battles to the death.
Like, why are you saying it's, like, Rome? You're saying, like, people are dying or something.
Okay, all right. So UFC aside, idiocracy aside, literally the plot of Idiocracy, the president hosting battles. It's insane. We actually
that's just like one
that movie.
Reason. Like,
that movie
don't
is prophecy. That movie is prophecy. I don't want you to ask me why I don't support Trump. You know why I don't support Trump, Isabella. What reasons do you still have to support him as president today? Let's hear them.
Because like gas is going down, everything's like gonna go up, and our economy's gonna do good. Like you just gotta trust the process. You just gotta trust the
gas is going down. Everything is going up. We'll start there. Okay, so you're saying that gas is going down.
Okay, I meant by like going up, like we're like the U.S. is gonna go up.
Also, guys, for those watching, Isabella is not a rage baiter. We are very well acquainted with Isabella. She is not a rage baiter. She is actually a Trump supporter. So you think that Trump is like one of the reasons why you support Trump is because he's reducing the price of gas?
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma right now. I mean, yeah, it was a little bit higher than usual at first, but now I'm seeing it like go down. So
the reason why you saw the gas prices go down is because you left Boulder for the summer. Not because of Trump.
Actually, it was only for like 2 weeks, so whatever. And no, I saw it go down. Okay, obviously, I'm gonna see it go down from one state to another, especially when the minimum wage is gonna be lower. Like, duh. And no, I meant that like while I've been here, like it's been going down.
Nope, gas prices. Oh, actually, they are down 20 cents over the last week, but actually up 10 cents over the last month. And they're up $1.30 over the last year.
Okay, so basically all I heard was that it's down.
The gas prices need to go down. by
So
$1.30.
basically it went down.
So gas prices need to go down by $1.30 to put us at the same position we were at the end of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, well, we need to end this war, first of all, for
Okay,
that to
but
happen.
like you're not going to say that like you support Trump for increasing the gas prices by $1.50.
No, he technically didn't.
Then
Like,
reducing
he
the
just
gas
was keeping us
prices
safe.
by 20%.
He was just keeping us safe
From?
from Iran and their nuclear weapon.
Will they have nukes if Trump was not elected in 2016? The answer is no. Trump is a reason why they were developing nuclear weapons last year. Because he pulled us out of the JCPOA, the agreement that they agreed to that limited and prohibited them from enriching uranium.
Okay, well, okay, I can't say not about it.
Did you just say nah?
That one is kind of a fact, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, so Trump is to blame for Iran enriching uranium.
Okay, but okay, no, you just said last year. He pulled us out last year. Like,
no, he pulled us out in 2018.
And then he got elected in 2016.
Yeah, congratulations. He pulled us out in his first term.
Okay, yeah. So like they like waited like
no, they
2 years after.
They breached the agreement in 2019. That's when they started to enrich uranium to weapons grade. And it's all because of Trump. If Trump didn't pull us out of that agreement, then they wouldn't be a nuclear threat.
No, they still would have been a nuclear threat no matter what, I think.
Okay, why? Because they were honoring an agreement to not build nukes before he pulled us out. So if they were honoring an agreement to not build nukes, how could they be a nuclear threat?
Because, like, why else would we start the war?
Dude, I'm saying that they wouldn't be a nuclear threat if...
Yeah,
Trump didn't
but
pull
no
us out
matter
of
what, they're a
JCPOA.
nuclear threat, which is why we had to do this war.
No matter what, they're not a
Yes.
nuclear threat. They're only a nuclear threat if they have nukes or they're close to having nukes because they're enriching uranium to weapons grade. So if they don't have nukes and they're not close to having nukes because they're not enriching uranium to weapons grade because we didn't pull out of the JCPOA, then they're not a nuclear threat. Use your fucking brain, Isabella.
I am. Okay,
No.
well...
No, you're not.
Okay, well, usually by this time, like, it's more down because it's, like, nightly activities. So, yeah, but...
Dude, get out of here. I'm sorry.
Bruh!
I give you less and less and less every time you load up. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
I think they're faking it. Maya, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Maya down below in that chat. Maya with a 15 says, hey, love what you do and thank you for debating these dumbasses. My mom is an astrologer and she wants to run your chart. What's your birth time and birthplace? Well, those are pretty hyper specific questions that I don't know if I'd share publicly in a live stream of thousands of people, like specifically the place I was born. But I love the sentiment. I think that's awesome. Shout out to you and your mom, Maya. Jamie, thank you for the $25. Please show some love to Jamie in that chat. That is very, very kind of you. Hey, Dean, there's an anti-grape device in development named the Venus Guard. Upon penetration, uncuttable barbs attached to the attacker because causing excruciating pain. The only way to remove it is at a hospital. They need donations for testing. Please share. I feel like I've heard about that for a long time. I'd love to actually see it, you know? Mike, welcome in. Do you support Trump? No. Him. Do you support Trump? Him. Somebody in the chat said, I'm a magician. What's your social security number, Dean? Do you support Trump, Dean Pork?
Yeah, I do.
Liv.
What? Do you like
Liv.
my profile picture? Do you like my profile picture?
Just leave, Liv. No one
Do you like
wants
my
you
profile
here.
picture? Do you like it?
No one wants
Do
you
you
here,
like?
Liv.
Do you like it?
Leave.
Do you like
Moving
it?
on to the next guest. We got Evan connecting to the live stream. Hey, over on, let's see here, Super Chat. Thank you for the $10 light who says, I would recommend adding an additional qualifier for the debates. Not only do they have to be 18, but their IQ has to be higher than their age. Hey, that is a good qualifier. Evan, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, are you driving right now?
Yes, why? I'm a truck driver.
Well, you kind of have two options here. Either pull it over, or I'll just move on to the next guest. It's up to you.
Okay, let me pull over.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna put you on mute until you do that, Evan. Samaya, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Hey Dean, I started college today, and I'm still going to love and support your streams. You're amazing. Keep smiling and have a great rest of your night." Congratulations, Samaya. That is actually huge. I wish you the very best of luck. I know that my freshman year of college was so fun. I loved it. It was so fun. So fucking fun. Freshman year of college at CU. So I hope that you have fun in yours as well. And I wish you the very best of luck in your studies. Someone in the comment section said, "Is this why my Amazon packages are late?" He's pulling over. All right, man. Tell us, why do you support the worst, most tyrannical, terrible, rapist, sexual exploiter president of your life, Mr. Trump?
I support him because he was a better candidate than the Democrat Party, and also he stood for the values that I support.
Oh, okay. He stood for what values specifically, Evan?
I mean, he supports, I know he hasn't claimed that he's a Christian himself, but he does support, pro-life and the Christian values that I've seen.
Okay. So are you pro-life because you're Christian?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Do you think that victims of rape should be denied access to abortion?
I think victims of rape should consider adoption. I don't think abortion should even be in the picture.
Okay, so they should be denied access to abortion. Why?
Because the life in the womb is not their own.
Because it'll end.
There's two lives.
Yeah. And if they deny that fetus access to their bodily resources, then the fetus will die. So they should have an obligation to provide their bodily resources to the fetus, because if they don't, the fetus will die. Do you know who Max Irby is?
I do not.
So Max Irby is a 15-year-old who's dying. He's in need of an immediate stem cell transplant. But the thing is his stem cell type is very, very rare, okay? And so much so that his father set up a fundraiser for him, collected 40 million DNA samples from random people across the world, and there hasn't been a singular match yet. It's likely that if Max Irby does have a stem cell match, there's probably just one person alive who would have the same stem cells as him. And this is a true story. So let's just assume that the government uncovered that you share the same stem cell type as Max Irby. Now, you have to give your stem cells to Max Irby, or he will die as a result. Do you think it'd be okay for the government to force you to give your stem cells to Max Irby by forcefully connecting you to him via a cord for 9 months, knowing that if you do not connect to Max Irby, he would die as a result?
I feel like it should be the person's choice to help them or not.
So Max Irby is the fetus, and you are the victim of rape. As soon as we apply the same logic that justifies victims of rape accessing abortion to you, you get it.
Okay. Is there a question in there?
No, just an argument that you think victims of rape should be able to access abortion when you're the victim of rape. This is why a lot of women say men shouldn't talk about abortion, because a lot of men are pro-life only because they're not personally impacted. Right?
I can see that. Yeah.
So do you kind of change your view there? Do you think that victims of rape should be able to access abortion?
I mean, at the end of the day, it is the woman's choice, but I do believe that they should consider adoption instead of ending a life that doesn't belong to them.
Oh, well, if you think at the end of the day it should be the woman's choice, well, then you actually agree with the Democratic Party, and I support your view. I'm fine with people saying at the end of the day it's a woman's choice, but they should consider adoption. Okay, they hear you. They hear you saying that they should consider adoption. Sounds good.
Yeah.
As long as we agree at the end of the day it's their choice. Awesome.
Cool.
So you don't agree with Trump on that. This wouldn't be a reason why you support Trump. In fact, this would be a reason why you don't support Trump, because he doesn't believe that at the end of the day it should be the woman's choice. He thinks at the end of the day it shouldn't be the woman's choice, and that states should totally be within their rights to ban women's access to abortion. In 10 of our states, if a 9-year-old is raped and impregnated, she can't access abortion.
Well, also, I think a lot of my views on why I still support Trump is because, like, he was, God allowed it. That's what I believe. I believe God allowed it to happen because I do believe in the Bible, and I believe that, like, without Trump, there might have been wars, or there might not have been wars, because it talks in Revelation, or Jesus talks about in the Gospels how there will be, in the end times, there'll be wars and rumors of wars. And I mean, there could have been wars if Kamala was president. I mean, you never know, but I do. That's why I feel like I support him in that as well.
Because God allowed it. Okay.
Yes.
I have a really, like, apparently obvious counter argument to your position. Would you like to know what it is?
Sure.
Everything that has ever happened is something that God has allowed to happen from the Christian perspective. Therefore, you support everything that has ever happened. Do we need to go over, like, the obvious, like, counterintuitive examples of the Holocaust, Hitler, child rape, pedophilia, slavery? No. Okay, so we see the issue with the view. I support it if it happened, because if it happened, God allowed it.
I mean, there is evil in this world, and sometimes evil has to happen for his plan to exist.
So is that your view, that, like, everything that is evil that occurs happens because it's a part of God's plan?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then you think that these evil things should happen because God's plan should play out?
I'm not saying evil things should happen. They just happen because people are evil.
Do you agree that God's plan should play out?
Yes, I do.
And do you agree that ultimately God's plan is good?
Yes.
Okay, so then evil things should happen because God's plan should play out, and ultimately his plan is good, right? And it's even, like, really trivial and arbitrary to say that they're evil because they have to happen in order for God's good plan to occur.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and this is also saying, like, a world where these evil things don't happen is less preferable than our world where they do, right? Because that would prevent God's plan from happening, right? Like, maybe an evil world where Hitler never existed, the Holocaust never happened, chattel slavery was fairy tale, and pedophilia wasn't even a thought. Okay, you'd say that you don't prefer that world, and that's a bad world, because in that world, God's plan isn't playing out, and ultimately, God's plan is the ultimate good.
God's plan is the ultimate good.
Right. So are you saying that it would be a less preferable world to live in where these evil things didn't happen, because then God's plan wouldn't be able to play out?
I feel like can you repeat that again? Sorry.
That a world where these evil things like rape, pedophilia, slavery, and the Holocaust didn't happen, right? That world would be worse than the one where they do, because in that world, God's plan wouldn't unfold. Because those bad things, quote unquote, have to happen for God's plan to unfold.
True.
Right. And it's obviously, like, a bad thing to say that the world would be worse off if the Holocaust didn't happen. The world would be worse off if rape didn't happen. The world would be worse off if pedophiles didn't exist. That's, like, clearly, like not true to say. So like, either your God doesn't exist, or your conceptions of your God are false. Right? Maybe the Christian God does exist, but evil things don't have to happen for his plan to play out, and maybe evil things just happen because humans have free will, uncontaminated by God, unpressured by his plan.
Well, I do believe my God is real, and people have free will. I mean, they have a choice to do good, or they have a choice to do evil, and if it's evil, God will still work through them.
Harsh, thank you for the gym, God.
Even if it's might not be what he wants to happen.
So then you can't say that you support Trump being president because it happened, because we don't know that means that Trump wanted, God wanted that to happen.
Maybe not. But I do believe it did happen because God wanted it. I mean,
Well,
can't
then how
change
do
my
we
mind
just?
on that.
But you believe that because it did happen. So therefore, pedophilia happens because God wants it, and God is all good. All good people think pedophilia should happen. Good people think slavery should happen. I mean, just like take a Nazi. Are Nazis good people because of all the things they think should occur? Well, apparently God thinks they should occur too. So is God like a Nazi? Does this mean that either God's evil or that Nazis are all good?
Good question.
Right? Well, I mean, all these questions completely challenge your view that all actions are in a sense predestined and desired by God. This is called the problem of evil. I'm not giving you an argument that's like relevant really to the topic about why you support Trump. This is all a counter argument just to Christianity. It's called the problem of evil. But I'm framing the problem of evil in a sense that doesn't explicitly reject that Christianity is true, but more so rejects that your pre-assumptions about Christianity are true. Like this notion that God wants everything to happen exactly as it has. And honestly, to make this issue a little bit more apparent, well, on a more conceptual level, what is a good thing? What is a bad thing? Well, I think a good thing is something that should happen. And I think that a bad thing is something that shouldn't happen. Because I view morality as a guidebook for how humans are supposed to live. Right? But if we're defining a good action as one that should happen, and a bad action is one that shouldn't happen, and you think that all in which has happened should happen, or else God's plan won't unfold, then you think all in which has occurred is ultimately good. And when you call them bad, I don't even know what you mean by that. Because you're saying that bad things should happen? That seems like a contradiction.
There wouldn't be good if there was there wouldn't be anything bad if there was anything good, because good complements bad and bad complements good.
Well, I think that
I
don't agree with you, because heaven is all good. There's no bad in heaven, but it's still all good. No. Before God created, God was the only entity in existence. He is by definition all good. No evil existed before creation, yet there was still goodness because there was God. So evil is not a necessary complement of good.
Okay. Do you have a question in there?
No, just an argument. You said that, well, in order for some things to be good, there must also be evil. They necessarily complement one another. No. Heaven's all good, no evil there, but it's still good. Before the creation of anything, God existed alone, and he's all good. No evil there, but he's still good. Any rebuttal?
No, I do not right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. Well, I mean, consider these things. Because, I mean, it doesn't really sound as much as you support Trump, but more so maybe, right, you just have, like, grave misconceptions about your religion, right?
What? Can I ask what religion you are?
I'm agnostic, meaning that there's no particular religion that I follow, but I do a lot of research on Christianity.
Okay. Why do you think there's no God?
Well, I mean, that's not what the debate is about. But
okay.
I don't really like gear my live streams around saying that God isn't real. I more so gear my live streams around, well, you're religious, you're Christian, you're Muslim, you're Jewish. What's the best way to practice your religion for the world around you? So you'll never hear me explicitly say that Christianity is false. You'll never hear me explicitly say that Islam or Judaism is false, right? You'll just hear me like say that maybe there's a more benevolent way to practice your religion than in the way in which you are, right? Which is kind of like the argument that I've been giving to you. I haven't said that Christianity is false because if Christianity is true, then everything in which has ever unfolded is good. But I've rather said that your conceptions and your interpretation of Christianity are false. Because if your interpretations were true, then everything in which has happened is good.
Well, I believe that everything that has happened up to today has been according to God's plan, good and evil.
Well, God's plan is not evil, because then God would be evil.
No, I don't see it that way.
Yes, absolutely. If I am a perfect, I don't know, free throw shooter in basketball, would I ever miss a free throw?
Yes.
No, because I'm a perfect free throw shooter, which means I make 100% of the shots in which I take.
Perfection comes at a price. You have to meet. You have to. No one's just born at becoming a perfect free thrower. It takes time to get there.
Okay. Well, not in the godly sense. God's perfection doesn't come with any price, because if it came with a price, then God would be limited. God is limited by none.
He's not. No.
All right. So God's perfection doesn't come with any price. And listen, that's what I'm trying to get at here. Is if God is 100% perfect and 100% good, God couldn't possibly do something that's bad. God couldn't possibly intend to do something that's bad. God couldn't possibly want to do something that's bad. Doing something that's bad, intending to do something that's bad, or wanting to do something that's bad is contradictory to the nature of an all-good, perfect being. So when you tell me that everything in which is unfolded is God's plan, well, then ultimately everything in which is unfolded is all good. Because if it was evil, well, then God would want evil. God would cause evil. God would be evil. And all of those suggestions are incompatible with his nature of being all good.
I have to respectfully disagree with you.
Why?
I can't get into it right now.
You sure? You can if you want. I like these I don't have these conversations too much. I used to have these conversations all the time. This used to be my bread and butter, dude.
I mean, I don't have the argument to why I believe everything that God has done is good, but I know there's a reason. I would love to come back and
but just
later
remember,
when I have the answer. But
just remember, I'm not asking you for an argument that all God in which all God has done is good. All right? I'm asking you for an argument that, well, God's plan encompasses everything in which has been done by us, right? Because that seems unrealistic. That seems impossible. If God is all good, then bad things wouldn't happen if everything that did happen was in accordance with his plan. All right? Like, I would say, like, his plan is for humans not to sin. His plan is for humans to be the best version of themselves that is possible. That's God's plan. Okay, and we know that's God's plan because that's kind of what the scripture says. Thou shalt not kill.
No God's plan.
Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not cheat. Okay, all thou shalt not lie. Okay, that is a guidebook of God's plan to do the good and to be the best possible versions of us that we can.
God's plan.
Okay,
is
and
not
that's represented in heaven.
Commandments.
All right, but the point is when we sin, okay, that's a bad thing because it ingresses on what God wants us to do or what God would prefer the plan for us to be, and that's why it's bad, right? But I mean, if you're telling us that everything in which is unfolded is a part of God's plan, what God wants to happen, well, then you're saying that God wants you to sin. Isn't that such a heretical suggestion that God wants you to sin? I feel like when we read the scripture of the Bible,
I can see that.
It just says, it so clearly suggests the opposite, that God does not want us to sin.
He does not, but he has given us free will, and even if we do sin, he will work through us so that we are, in the end,
well, this is different than saying it's God's plan. Listen, when I was on my way to the airport, like four or so days ago to go to LA to film a Surrounded video for Jubilee, like I showed up a little too late and I could no longer check my check bag. All right. And that wasn't a part of my plan. It was not in my plan that I couldn't check my check bag at all. Right. So, but I had to work through that. I had to make lemonades out of lemons. Right. So then I called my girlfriend who dropped me off. I said, please, babe, turn around. I took everything out of my check bag that I could in 10 seconds, threw it into my carry-on, and then everything that I had to leave in the check bag, I ordered it on Amazon, and I had it show up to my Airbnb before I arrived. So that was like me working through the unfortunate series of events that weren't a part of my plan to then, I don't know, make something good out of them, make it work. All right. And I feel like that's kind of what you're saying that God is doing with us. So God's plan is for us to be good people who do virtuous things. And when we do bad things, he'll try to make lemonades out of lemons, work with it to the best of his ability and his ultimate divine wisdom and plan. But that doesn't mean that he wanted us to do those bad things. The same way that I didn't want my bag to go unchecked and then to have my girlfriend have to pick it up, you know? So, I mean, maybe an example out of this would say, well, guess what? Donald Trump God didn't want Donald Trump to win the election. All right. And that is a very possible suggestion in accordance with your philosophy of your religion. But it seems like you're still yet arguing that God did want Donald Trump to win the election. So that means that it's not just that God works through the bad actions of humans. No, it's that God wants humans to do bad.
I can see your point.
Right. And that's the assumption that underpins your position. In order for you to think that God chose Trump, right, it has to be true that God wants humans to do bad things. And if it's false that God wants humans to do bad things.
Are you saying that because Trump is president, he's bad in what he's doing?
No, what I'm saying is that the only possible way you could say that God wanted Trump to be president because Trump became president was if God wanted humans to do bad things, because it's possible that Trump is doing bad things, right? Your argument isn't God wants Trump to be president because Trump is doing good things as president. No, your argument is rather God wants Trump to be president because Trump is president, regardless of what he's doing with it. That action occurred, therefore God wanted it to occur. And if we adopt that framework of that action occurred, therefore God wanted it to occur, and we applied that to all actions, including bad actions, then God would want bad actions to happen. It's a pre-assumption that's underpinned in your position.
Yeah, I guess one thing that I don't support Trump on is I feel like he started the war in Israel.
Well, according to your theology, that was a good thing because it happened. Therefore, God wanted it to happen. God's all good. He only wants good things to happen. Right? You can't disagree. In accordance with your theology, you can't disagree with anything ever.
That doesn't mean I don't like, even though it might be God's plan. That doesn't mean I like it. It's just
you're a demon. You don't like God's plan, dude? He's God.
Not everyone likes God's plan. That doesn't make us demons.
Well, I mean, if God's all good, his plan is perfect, and you don't like his plan, it kind of does. You can't criticize God.
What is the definition of demon?
Well, I'm just saying that you can't criticize God. You can't criticize his plan. He's all-knowing. He's all benevolent. He's all good. He's all powerful. He's perfect. How could you criticize anything that an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect entity would ever do, would ever want to do, or would ever plan to do?
Yeah, I can see that point. Well, I need to get moving. I can't sit on the side of the road forever. I would love to
Take
talk.
care of it.
I'm not driving, but thank you for letting me join.
Yeah, take care. All right, guys, we probably have time for one more guest. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on the YouTube stream, and the handle's right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. That is the very best way to ask questions, to get a message across, or just generally to support the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, they're not here. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, folks. Yeah, we don't really do any theology debates anymore. We used to do them all the time. We used to have so many debates on religion and whatnot, but we've kind of abandoned those. I mean, they're fun every once in a while. Kind of definitely a little bit different than the Trump debates for sure. Maybe you guys find them a bit more boring. I would definitely assume that many of you do. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hello.
Lord, do you support Trump?
No, I do not support Trump.
Super fucking base, dude.
Why is it lagging?
We are just looking for Trump supporters, though, so you take care. Moving on to the next guest, we got Liv Jackson loading up over on PayPal. Taylor, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you. By the way, that was a good question. Ask him, Taylor, but, he's gone now. Thank you so much for the $15. For some love to Taylor. Lucky Lazy, thank you for the $20, who says was going to buy a beer last night, but I couldn't because it's illegal to buy alcohol after 8:30 on Sundays in my state, though it used to be Sundays altogether, so you get my beer money for the electric bill. Thank you, Lazy. I would assume that you either live in Utah or Kansas. Those are the two states I can think of that would ever have such terrible legislation. God, we need to do something about that. All right, let a dude buy a beer. Come on. All right, what are we? Are we fascists? Are we straight up authoritarians? Let me buy a beer. God damn it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I love you, D.
Well, I appreciate you for your kind words. We're just looking for a Trump supporter. We have time for maybe one more guess. This guy's been in the comment section for a couple days. No Lord, thank you for the $10, who says an even stronger counterpoint is the existence of excessive animal suffering within the natural world, and that if God were the three omnis, then how could it be explained? Also, did you study philosophy? I did study philosophy, no Lord. Yeah, that's Alex O'Connor's favorite argument against Christianity is excessive animal suffering. Yeah, it's a decent consideration, I will say, because then we don't have any theologian appeal to the greater good or the plan, because animals don't have free will, and they don't go to heaven, they don't go to hell. They seemingly just exist for the beautification of the world for humans. Okay, but why does the beautification of the world for humans require excessive animal suffering? That's nonsensical. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and hello. Do you support Trump? Okay, your mic is ass. Are you talking to me off that new Trump phone?
No. I've had this phone for 2 years, and
no, you're on the new Trump phone because everything that Donald Trump does sucks.
You kidding me? That hasn't come yet. I'm not that stupid.
Okay,
it's probably never coming.
Well, okay, all right. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
How old are you?
26.
Can I have you explain your profile picture real quick?
Figured it'd get me up here faster. It obviously worked in a way, didn't it?
Well, you've been requesting for 3 fucking days, dude. I don't know if it did.
Really?
Yeah, you're in the comment section all last night, maybe the day before. Is that me and my boyfriend?
I thought that was your husband. I'm not sure what the lore is exactly behind it.
Okay, yeah. I guess we'll both have to read up on AO3. Why do you support Trump?
So tell me why you don't, just so we can get a fair starting point.
His character is abysmal, his domestic policy sucks, his foreign policy's ass.
So, in despite of that, as a neo-libertarian phalangist, I think the best...
Yeah, despite of everything. That's funny. Yeah, in despite of literally everything. If we're not going to account for his character or policy, then what are we going to account for? I'm pretty sure that is in consideration of everything. Character and policy is all encompassing. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got G4 connecting. Only up inside of that queue. If you're a MAGA, please and thank you.
I mentally gooned to you by as many.
Okay, moving on to the next guest. Yo, Timmy! Oh my goodness, they are back, folks. This account joins the queue every day with a new crazy AI-generated profile picture. Take a look at the one for today. Happy Pride Month. Oh, they left too quick, so you guys couldn't see it. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. We got Blu-ray Dude connected to the live stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're gone.
Whatever.
No, he almost had it. The fetus almost had it. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Follow the rules of the live. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they just want to make some weird noises. Folks, we might be out of Trump supporters for the day. I'm not going to lie. I think that it's been a good run, but our run might be over. Plus, we're at 4 hours. Shit. What can we do? What can we do? We might just call it. Yeah, we got this crazy motherfucker in the queue. Speak, leave, mute, say anything, do anything,
I want a clean
Good
debate with you right now.
boy. Oh my oh my god.
Debate.
You are truly the goodest of boys. I've never met a boy gooder than you.
Boys.
Goodest of boys, quite frankly. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Liam, leave me alone.
Why do you try to copy Trump's voice if you despise him so much?
Because I know it's what you love. So I'm like trying to get that tail wagging by good boy, quite frankly. Like I just kind of gets that tail wagging. You know you love that shit, dude. You love it.
Do you love being cooked by me? Is it like a
do I love
Yeah,
kicking
why
you? Is
are
that
you-
what you
why are
said?
you
I
such a
do. Thank you, Liam. I appreciate you. Thank you. I do love kicking you. What a good question. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the box. Only opposite side of the key if you happen to be MAGA. I hate that guy. I was over that guy like forever ago.
Yo, Dean, check out this
We're
dead
gonna
nigger
go
baby.
again. Oh, got him out of there. Yeah, I mean, that guy's also going to have the cop showing up at his house, too. That guy's also going to have the cop showing up at his house. This is all getting forwarded to the TikTok moderation team. We have 3 criminal convictions from people exposing genitalia. Something similar could also be said for that baby. So, it's illegal. Today, I think that we uncovered exactly what and who MAGA is. We had a Trump supporter join our live stream and tell us that rape isn't wrong and then expose their genitalia to minors on stream. We had 2 people join our stream and shout, "Dead hard R baby," while they show a picture of a malformed, dead body of a black child. That's MAGA. And that's where the line falls. You don't see people on the left doing that, man. And just know that it's so far beyond disagreements on policy. The people on the left say we need to fight for lower rent, lower prices, and higher wages and better safety nets for Americans. People on the right, rape's not wrong. I'm a pedophile. Here's my penis, children. Take a look at the dead body of this black child while I scream the N-word. We can't, like, coexist with these people. Yeah, I mean, you just can't. You cannot coexist with these people. Don't worry. I mean, it's all going to get forwarded to TikTok's team. And, you know, the guy may be smiling right now, but he won't be smiling when he's in the back of a cop car. TikTok surprisingly acts really quick about this. And the reason why they do is because it's kind of their fault. You know, they kind of just allow anybody to join up and turn their camera on. They don't just give me the ability to prevent guests from turning their camera on. It's kind of their fault because of that. Like, it'd just be so easy for them to implement a feature to allow the hosts of lives to prevent guests from turning their cameras on. It'd be so easy. But they don't. It's just kind of their fault. So that's why they act quick about it, because they know it's kind of their fault. So, I mean, he's fucked. He's going to jail. I'm not even saying that as like a joke or I'm just saying that's what's going to happen. You know, maybe they get away with that on like random internet forums where, you know, it's just like random people on the internet. I mean, Thankfully, like, I happen to have a direct line of dialogue to the people who could moderate and act on that when it happens. Unlike maybe other random people on the internet. So he's going away. Let's try to get that last guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hey, welcome into eSport Trump.
Yes, I do. I've been trying to get into your live for like 30 minutes now because I want to debate you.
Well, unfortunately, you're like 14. So
That does not matter. Age is irrelevant.
Listen, I appreciate your tenacity. Okay. I was the same way when I was like 14 too. But it does matter, and you will learn that as you grow up. Let's go to try to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Bro, that was like totally me when I was 14. 100%. 100% totally me. Only opposite side of the queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Okay, Abby's not here. I love seeing people in the chat say what happened. That's good. That's good that people don't know. We're going to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please. And thank you. Here's David. We got David Timsey loading up in. Oh, David Timsey didn't connect. We might just call it here, folks. Tyler, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says, come on, Californians, we got to vote for Steyer. Thank you so much for the $15, Tyler. Listen, I think that California is faced with a very interesting ethical dilemma. On one hand, you have a billionaire, but he's also objectively the more progressive by-policy candidate who is not funded by the large companies, who's not funded by Exxon, who's not funded by everything and everybody else in between. And then on the other hand, you have Becerra, who's not a billionaire, with the objectively less progressive policies, who is funded by Exxon, who is funded by the big companies. It is such an interesting dilemma. It is such an interesting dilemma. I don't know. What do you guys think about it? For all the Californians watching, let me know who you're voting for in that chat. Allie, thank you so much for the $14 on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much. Please show some love to Allie down below in that chat. Let's get 500 Allie W's down below. Allie with a 40 says, shout out for everything that you do for Pride Month. My wife and I are expecting our second in December. Congratulations. That is so exciting. Thank you for the $40, and I wish you guys the very best of luck. Lake, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then Maya, thank you for the 15. Over on PayPal, thank you so much. Anna for the $20, who says Liam lost a push-up contest. Yeah, to me. Fuck that guy. Thank you. And then Y, thank you for the $20, who says I love your debates. I'm always joining your live streams every time that I see your live. You are awesome. Shout out to Y. Shout out to Anna. I appreciate y'all. We're all caught up, folks. We're going to go and end it here. I will see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Y'all know it. We do these live streams 4 days a week. If anything, we may be live a little bit earlier tomorrow than we were today. I hope that you guys have a great rest of y'all's evening. Peace, love. Good night. Oh, it's about to end. Where do we find somebody to raid? Let's find somebody to raid, everybody. I'm going to need a good stream to listen to while I'm at the gym, so let's give them some viewers and some some debaters. Let's do it. Who should we raid, everyone? I see that Manda's on. Might be it. Why don't we go ahead and raid Manda? All right, guys. Spam this ad in the chat so everyone can see it. And by the way, this live stream, they're doing debates with Trump supporters. They're explicitly on TikTok, though, so they're not on YouTube. The handle is MANDAROSE00. Once again, the handle is MANDAROSE00. Go check out Manda, everyone. For the last time, please spam this out of the chat just so everyone can see it, knows how to spell it. MANDAROSE00. MandaRose00. Manda Rose 00. If you want to check it out, she's just on TikTok, not on YouTube. For all the YouTube viewers, my apologies. Go send her some love. Go into her chat. Spam Dean Raid. I'm going to be heading over there myself. I'm going to see how many of y'all end up heading over. That's all. Peace, love. Good night, and goodbye.